welcome to Fenway Park as we get ready for Game 3 of the three-game series between the Chicago White Sox and the Boston Red Sox. Hi again, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo, joined today by John Risch. Welcome to Red Sox baseball. Well, the Red Sox finishing up August with a victory last night, and things went very well for the Red Sox in the month of August. In fact, every month so far this year for the Red Sox has gone quite well. As we take a look at some of the numbers for the season, month by month, the Red Sox finished August with a 16-12 record. Have had at least a 500 record every month through August for the first time since 2009. The 18 wins in April to begin the season tied a club record for most in that month. Red Sox will look to continue their season success into the month of September, where they've had trouble over the last 2 years. They're 14-39 in the month of September. As we welcome in John Risch. And John, the Red Sox coming into this situation here in September, trying to keep away from what has happened to them over the last few years.
Oh, 14-39. I mean, you just sent shivers down the spines of many Red Sox fans. But you think back to the past two Septembers, 2011, 2012, both very different circumstances. Obviously, 2011, a team that was in contention. In 2012, they were a team that was pretty much playing out the string. Yet this season feels completely different. And if there is one reason why this September is completely different than the previous Septembers, it is the starting pitching. It is the strength, depth, and consistency of their rotation. I mean, think back, last 2 years, starting pitching just wasn't giving this team an opportunity to win on a consistent basis. This staff, this rotation is.
Well, last night's offense was incredible as the Red Sox were able to take Game 2 in a big way. Boston banging out a total of 15 hits as part of the offensive barrage. They'll try to keep it going against the Chicago White Sox. Game 3 is coming up. Jordan's Furniture, the official furniture store of the Boston Red Sox. McDonald's of Boston. Toyota's official website for deals by Toyota.com. Dunkin' Donuts. Verizon Fios. And by Southwest Airlines. Well, we welcome you back to Fenway Park as we get ready for Game 3 of the three-game series between the Red Sox and the White Sox. Certainly good news that the tarp is off the field and both pitchers are warming up in their respective bullpens as we get ready for Game 3 of the series today. We will be delayed to begin this game, and we're told the first pitch will likely be around 1:50 here today from Fenway, as a lot of rain has come through the area at Fenway Park and a lot of flash flooding in the area as well. But it does appear that most of the bands of showers coming through have now departed. as today the Red Sox and the Chicago White Sox wrap up their series, and September begins as the Red Sox have made some additions today with the Pawtucket Red Sox going to the playoffs. There'll be more to follow, but for now, Quentin Berry has joined the Red Sox. The former Detroit Tiger, Ruby De La Rosa, returns up with the Boston Red Sox. Already seen him in 5 games, and in 5 2/3, 3 earned runs. Back to Quentin Berry for a moment. He's a guy that certainly can steal a base for the Red Sox down the stretch, and that's what John Farrell is hoping for. Ryan LaVarnway comes back as a third catcher for the Red Sox as well. Well, we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo as we are in the midst of a rain delay for Game 3 of this 3-game series between the Red Sox and the White Sox. Red Sox able to take Game 2 of the series as last night Jake Peavy faced his old team and was very happy about the way things went. Jenny Dell had the chance to catch up with him.
So we talked about it a little bit last night, Jake, but what was it like facing the former teammate here?
You know, it was different. Preparing for those guys that you watch video, you study so many numbers that you think you already know, and so many good friends over there that you've watched for years, and you feel like you watch a game, and I watch our guys that way, and how would I pitch Dustin, and how would I pitch Big Papi, and so on. So when you finally get the chance to do that, you want to take advantage of all the knowledge you know. But at the same time, it's a little different having your good buddies dig in, and you have to throw a ball inside, and it may hit them. So it was different, but a lot of fun. I'm happy the way the night worked out.
Said Adam Dunn's one of your best friends over there. Was there a particular moment in that time where you just looked at him and it was kind of just an awkward situation almost?
You know, yeah, I guess it was. The first time he got in there, and I just didn't want to make eye contact because, you know, I'm so serious and I'm so locked into what's going on. Dunner knows how to push my buttons, and was trying to keep him from doing that.
You said initially it was a tough call when you found out that you were leaving Chicago, but your time in Boston came at a perfect time. How do you feel it's been going for you overall? Clearly the numbers showing that it's been going quite well.
Yeah, well, thank you. You know, it's been fun. This group of players is special. You know, it's a great group of veteran guys, some guys in the middle stages of their career, and then some great young players that we have that are showing their talents. So I really like the mixture of guys. I think a lot of guys have the same mentality, personality wise. A guy like Ryan Dempster, who I've always admired, had a good friendship with, able to take those friendships to further levels, being able to play with him and Johnny Lester, John Lackey. It's been special this first month, and hopefully we can build some more memories here in the next few.
September here, September 1st. We've talked about it earlier, but the Red Sox have had some tough Septembers in recent times. What are you thinking will happen this September? What are your expectations?
Well, my expectations are nothing more than us getting it done and finding a way to win this division. You know, we do have a 4.5 game lead going in today, and it's ours to lose, and we understand that. But it's ours to win is the way we're looking at it. I think that not one player in that dugout or clubhouse today is worried about what's happened in previous Septembers. A new team, fresh faces, new leadership, and we're excited about the opportunity we have, and we fully expect to take advantage of it.
Thank you very much for your time.
Well, that leads to our Geico quote of the day that comes from manager John Farrell, who praised pitcher Jake Peavy not just for last night's win, but everything he's done so far to bolster the rotation. He's been everything we could have hoped for since coming over here. He's worked deep into games, thrown a lot of strikes. He's made some big pitches in key moments when he's needed, and even when he's got some traffic on the base paths, he finds a way to minimize the overall damage. Well, welcome in WEEI.com's Rob Bradford. And Rob, certainly one of the bigger concerns for the Red Sox over the last couple of years has been the September collapse, really, and more 2 years ago than perhaps last year. But heading into this September does appear to be a different cast of characters.
Totally different. And I think that if you look at that September a few years ago, the biggest thing was starting pitching. The starting pitchers had an ERA of almost 7. They were averaging 4 2/3 innings in an outing. You didn't have one guy under 5.3, with all apologies to Wake. But it was just, that was the problem. And this year, it's been the exact opposite. And in fact, I can't remember a run where you got a collection of starting pitchers going as good as the Red Sox starters are right now. And you can make the argument that each of these 4 guys, DeBron, Peavy, Lackey, Lester, are pitching as well as they have been for the entire season.
Let's talk about some of the call-ups and some of the additions in the last 24 hours. John McDonald, certainly know him as a great defensive player with his 4th team this year in the majors.
It's unbelievable, right? I mean, 4 trades. And I talked to John last night, and he said, obviously a Providence College guy, said that he always thought that he might end up with the Red Sox. And I know that a lot of people thought the same way. This is a guy who's still one of the best defensive infielders in the major leagues right now. He knows his role. He knows he's a utility guy. That's why we can focus on the 4 teams, but there's a reason teams want this guy, and that's the reason why. And the other thing is to keep in mind that they've been able to add another personality in the clubhouse. Usually you can't be a chooser when beggars can't be choosing when you're getting these guys in the middle of the season, but Ben Sherrington has been able to get the right personalities in the clubhouse to complement the other guys.
Quinn Berry, another guy that we've seen in the past with the Detroit Tigers, and it sounds like he could be a guy that can come off the bench to steal a base when they need it.
Yeah, and you look at the guys they're adding. We talked about McDonald, about his defensive ability, and Quentin Berry, a good complement to what they need. They really didn't have that pinch runner type of guy. Everyone focused on the Dave Roberts. I think that's high expectations. but Quentin Berry is certainly a guy that you can rely on, not only a fast guy, but a very good base runner, high percentage when it comes to stolen bases. So a good addition, I think, is something that they can really utilize going down the pennant stretch.
Now, the Pawtucket Red Sox, of course, winning the championship last year in the International League. They're headed to the postseason again, which stalls some of the players that could be coming up. And it sounds like there's going to be a fair number of players coming up.
Yeah, you've already gotten Lavarnway, you got De La Rosa, you've gotten Berry, and Snyder. But you also have Jackie Bradley sitting there. You have possibly Alan Webster sitting there. Some other guys, De La Torre, sitting there on the 40-man roster who could help this team down the stretch. But you look at a guy like Jackie Bradley Jr., and one of the reasons they want to keep him in Pawtucket is because it's a great experience for him. As long as he's not needed too much here, which is Berry can fill the spot where they might need a Jackie Bradley pinch running and so forth. But he can get a great experience in the playoff race down with Pawtucket.
Xander Bogaerts back in the starting lineup today for the Red Sox. Couple of hits last night. How do you see this working out on the left side of the Red Sox infield?
I think that Stephen Drew is still going to get the priority. I think they view him as the starting shortstop, and they don't want to go off of that. Now, there will be cases where maybe they want Drew a day down against a tough lefty, sure. But I think that he might end up getting more time at third base just to ride the hot hand right there. And I've been so impressed by Bogaerts so far. Just the fact is that he's been able to manage the pitches, manage the strike zone, not do too much, and then the power is going to come as he gets more experience in the major leagues.
Well, the Red Sox certainly have been successful against the team they need to be successful against the Chicago White Sox in the first 2 games of this series, looking to continue that today because the schedule certainly gets very difficult.
It does. It becomes very, very interesting. You go up against some really, really good pitching, starting pitching as well. You look at Detroit with Scherzer, with Pfister, then you go to Tampa, or you go to New York, and you always have a hard time there, but you go to Tampa, and this is going to be a fascinating stretch for them. Now, I think the most fascinating stretch of the year they've already gotten through. And the fact that they were able to weather that storm, the 19 games, 60 on the road, was very, very difficult and very important for them to manage. Now, I think they've gained some confidence. They're heading into this stretch. They've handled Detroit pitching before in the 4 games before. Okay. They know they can go head-to-head with them. They know what they have with the Yankees. Sabathia, Kuroda, not the pitchers that they were earlier in the year. And then you get to Tampa, and they've taken a little bit of a downturn. Certainly don't have the schedule flexibility that the Red Sox have. So I think as we sit here right now, the Red Sox are in a pretty good spot heading into the stretch.
Who worries you the most in the American League? I know for me, the Detroit Tigers are the team that seem to be the most well-balanced. Your thoughts?
Yeah, you look at that, but you have to look at Cabrera. What's his health is going to be like? Are you going to get the starting pitching? Scherzer had a bad outing last time. Is he going to take a little bit of a downturn? But I think Detroit is probably the most talented. Still, you look at a team that's going under the radar a little bit in Texas Rangers. Texas Rangers made some additions. Sure, they lost Cruz, but they added Rios. They still have one of the best pitchers in the American League, and that's what you need. If you're going to go into a playoff series, to get that one guy who you know know he can make 3 starts in a 7-game series, and you're probably going to win those games. That goes so far. We saw it with Beckett. We saw it with Lester. Now, the Red Sox have the capability to have some of those guys in this rotation, but you also have Verlander out there. You have Darvish out there. You have Price out there. So all those teams, lump them together, they all have at least what it takes to make that sort of run.
Lastly, your thoughts of the Dodgers getting Michael Young and apparently still making some moves here for the LA Dodgers.
It's amazing, right? If there's a player to get out there, they're going to go get it. You look at Pittsburgh, you look at Baltimore, the Dodgers, putting their chips all on the table. The Red Sox at one time had some interest in Michael Young, but really they wanted to see what they had internally first with Middlebrooks, with Bogarts. That's worked out. They were perfectly happy with it. They wanted to prioritize middle infield, the Brock Holt position, which John McDonald's going to take right now. Michael Young would have been a luxury. They felt like they didn't need him. But listen, the Dodgers are all about luxury. They cannot be more luxurious than they are more luxurious than any other team. They just keep adding players. But listen, you need the pitchers. You need Kershaw stepping up. That's what it's going to come down to in the end.
Rob Bradford, as always, thanks very much for helping us out. We are back with more in the beginning of this game. Series going to get underway about 20 minutes late here this afternoon as the Red Sox and White Sox had to wait for the rain to come through. It was raining till about half hour, 45 minutes ago, and a lot of heavy rains came through the area late this morning. It was kind of a late rain for a while, and the relievers the starters are still warming in the bullpen to begin this game as Felix Doubront gets the nod today for Boston as Doubront comes in with a 10-6 record, and he'll be matched up against Andre Rienzo, who gets the start today for the White Sox, and Chicago trying to salvage the final game of this series. And certainly the first 2 games, John Risch, have gone very well for the Red Sox, especially the offensive attack last night.
More of the same, really, right? They've gotten great starting pitching. Now it's a run of 11 games in which their entire staff has allowed 3 runs or less. But last night they broke out the bats and they singled them to death for the most part. 15 hits, 4 doubles, and then the rest of the base hits were singles, as it seemed like everybody up and down the lineup was really contributing. And that's been a hallmark of this team, I think, all season long, as they've been able to get contributions from guys up and down that lineup.
And John Farrell today and the Red Sox looking for their 82nd win of the year. Again, Tampa Bay losing, so the Red Sox now trying to get some space, and they're really starting to get that space, 4.5 games ahead of the Tampa Bay Rays.
Hey, it's interesting when you look at the standings of the teams in the American League in particular. We're going to see Detroit tomorrow. Obviously, the Tigers have a very comfortable lead in the Central, but other than that, things are still up for grabs somewhat, but that 4.5 game edge in the East looks significant for Boston, especially because now you look at the pack with Tampa Bay, Oakland for the moment, in the wild card positions. Baltimore, though, has been leapfrogged in the standings by the Yankees. New York is still hanging around in that wild card chase. I think it really shapes up to be a pretty exciting month of September, not just from a Red Sox perspective, but from an entire playoff perspective in the American League.
Well, today's Cold Hard Facts are brought to you by Coors Light as we look at the success the season has been for the Red Sox to this point. With last night's win, the Sox are now season high 25 games over 500. Last time they were 26 games over 500 was September 9th of 2009 when they were 85-59. Boston has also now allowed 3 runs or fewer in 11 straight games. The last time they had a longer streak, allowing 3 or less, was back in 1915. So it's been an incredible run. The starters have been going deep into games as the relievers now make their way out to the bullpen as Felix Dubron gets ready to come in, and he is just at the dugout now, and Felix tossing his warm-up ball into the front row of seats here at Fenway behind the Red Sox dugout as he gets ready for start number 25 of the year, his 26th appearance. And hopefully the precipitation is gone. There are some blue skies off to the left here at Fenway Park. The lights are on. It is mostly cloud covered as we get it started. And they have been on for much of the afternoon so far.
It should be noted that this delay was more about the potential of precipitation as opposed to actual precipitation. They had the field covered for a long time, and looking at the radar, you could understand why. It looked like we were going to get clobbered, but it never really happened as the unpredictable nature of thunderstorms this time of year. Still extremely humid here on the 1st of September, and the last thing you want to do is get that pitcher, that starting pitcher, warmed up and then have to shut him down at the last minute. So if you wonder why they're awfully cautious sometimes at the top of games, a lot of that has to do with the starting pitchers. The last thing you want to do is warm up a starting pitcher and then either have him only throw an inning, part of an inning, or not even start the game on time at all.
Certainly a concern anytime you have this kind of forecast in the area. And Dubron did not warm up before while the tarp was on, so now just warming up here in his normal warm-up session that is about 15 to 20 minutes late.
Boy, and go back to Dubron for just a moment. You look at his game by game. He had that one blip on the radar in the middle of August. That was a game at New York. But other than that, he has been on a heck of a run. Game by game, like the rest of this staff, he has been as consistent as they come.
Well, the Red Sox take the field as they do. Let's check out the White Sox starting 9 on this Junior Announcer Day from Fenway.
Thanks, Don. Hi, I'm Pavel of Saco, Maine. Leading off for the White Sox, the center fielder Alejandro Diaza. At second base, Lori Garcia. The shortstop, Alexi Ramirez. The DH, Paul KONEAKO. In right field, Avisail Garcia. At first base, Jeff Keppinger. In left field, Dayan VICIEDO. The third baseman, Connor Gillespie. And batting ninth, the catcher, Tyler Flowers.
Great job, Pavel. As Felix Dubron is on the hill today for the Red Sox, his 26th appearance, 25th start of the year. He comes in at 10-6 with a 3.74 earned run average, 129 Ks and 146 2/3 innings to 59 walks, and opponents hitting at 256 against Dubron. Let's take a look at the Red Sox defensively, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Xander Bogaerts at third base with Stephen Drew at short. Dustin Pedroia at second base with Mike Carp at first. Left to right across the outfield, Daniel Navin left, Jacoby Ellsbury in center. Shane Victorino around in right, as today Jared Saltalamacchia does the catching for Felix Dubron. Angel Hernandez has the plate today, calling the balls and strikes with Doug Eddings at first base. Dana DeMuth, the crew chief, is the umpire at second, and Paul Nauert, the umpire at third base today. Today's game is available in Spanish by pushing the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game. Well, it is on the sticky side here today. Lots of humidity at Fenway Park as we get it started. And Felix Dubron on the hill today for the Red Sox. Wins in each of his last 2 starts at San Francisco in an 8-inning effort, and then last time out against the Baltimore Orioles in 6 2/3. He's only given up 3 runs combined in the last 2 outings that he's had in 14 2/3 innings. So Felix looking to keep that going here today in the final game of the series. And this youngster's certainly happy. The rain is gone.
And so are you.
Yes.
So are we.
Yeah. Alejandro Diaz stands in here for the White Sox. Diaz at 270, 14 homers and 55 runs batted in. It's been at the top spot in the White Sox order for all 3 games of this series. There is strike 1 and we are underway. A little different looking lineup today for Chicago as Robin Ventura tries to mix and match in this finale. Oh, straighten up Diaz. Robin Ventura's White Sox coming in at 56 and 78. They're 23 games back of the Tigers in the American League Central. Second year at the helm of the White Sox. Check swing foul. Officially a 19-minute rain delay. As Leori Garcia waits on deck, a new number 2 hitter today for the White Sox. Then we'll see Alexei Ramirez in the inning. Flared foul off to the left, and it hangs at 1-2.
No Adam Dunn, the lefty, not in the DH spot. That's his usual spot. And you take Adam Dunn out of this lineup and you look down and you think, where's the power?
Yeah, KONEAKO certainly had an off year. He'll take over as the DH today. On 2 pitches in there for strike 3. DuBrock with a curveball. The strikeout Diaz to start the afternoon.
That was a knee buckler in the traditional sense. Watch him wobble as the curveball drops right in.
So 1 down here in the first inning. Leori Garcia makes his first appearance of the series and playing at second base today. 190, no homers and 2 runs batted in. Garcia has had an RBI in 4 straight games that he has played in. It's a one hopper that kind of explodes on Drew, but he picks it on the backhand. Throw's going to be late. Too much speed from Garcia, gets down the line well, and he'll beat it out. Nice play by Drew even to get that ball.
Yeah, really exploded up on him, almost in self-defense as he was falling down backwards. Made as good a play as you could.
It's a base hit for Garcia, who's aboard here for the White Sox with 1 down in the inning. Brings up Alexei Ramirez. 285, 4 homers and 41 runs driven in. Toss to first, and Garcia, who had a pretty short lead, gets back to the bag.
Now, here's a pretty good indication of the current state of the White Sox lineup. You've got Alexei Ramirez batting in your 3-hole. He's just out of place in that spot. That's what Robin Ventura has to work with right now.
Far cry from some of the lineups that they have had in the past. And generally, you'd see Ramirez hitting towards the bottom of the lineup just a few years ago for the White Sox. Here he is smack dab in the middle. Hitting at 285 with 4 homers and 41 runs driven in. Lifts it down the right field line, falling fast and falling foul. Ramirez has been hitting, though, hitting at 324 in the last 24 games with 14 RBIs. Fourth in the American League in hits since June the 10th. That's with one out and Garcia at first base. Felix Dubron works very deliberately with men on base. That has not changed. There goes Garcia, and a swing and a foul off to the right by Ramirez.
I think it is fair to say, though, Don, that his tempo has improved this season. It's been much better. I mean, no one's going to mistake him for Mark Burley anytime soon.
No,
but
I would agree.
It's a certain step in the right direction.
That's one thing Juan Nieves really wanted to work on with him earlier in the year. Not just him, but the Red Sox staff as a whole that had become very, very slow in the years past. Two-two pitch to Alexei Ramirez. Garcia not running this time, and Ramirez takes ball 3. The Royals and Yankees are underway. They're in the 3rd inning at Yankee Stadium without a score today. Tampa Bay at Oakland playing later this afternoon as DeBront bluffed over to first base and Garcia didn't even move. Ramirez pops it up into shallow right. Victorino racing in. And Chain's going to get there to make the catch for the second out here in the 1st inning. Look down and notice the high stirrups for Dustin Pedroia. Threw me off a little bit there when I saw him running out to right field. Dustin's got a new look today.
A lot of red.
Well, no hits in the game last night. One of the few Red Sox not to have a multi-hit game. He didn't have a hit in last night's game, so trying to change it up today. 2 down. Garcia is at first base, and Paul KONEAKO the batter. Throw to first, and they got to wait to cover for Drew, and it's not going to be in time. Stephen Drew thought he had him. Seemed as if he was late breaking to the bag as they had Garcia picked off. He was guessed wrong, and he still gets to second base with the theft.
I think DeMuth got the call right at second. I don't think Drew got there in time to take the throw. Nava had to wait. He had to wait for Drew to come across. They had him. He was going all the way. But watch, by the time that Nava releases that ball, he's almost on top of the bag. And he was safe.
So 2 down. Garcia in scoring position, and Paul KONEAKO finally gets his first pitch, and it's in there for a strike.
CARP the man over at first base today, and he had to wait for Drew to come across. Just that little extra split second.
Puts Garcia in scoring position with 2 down. And KONEAKO goes around. Couldn't hold up, and it's 0-2. Changeup fooled him.
Very tentative swing.
Center fielder Jacoby Ellsbury, a step or 2 towards right center. For KONEAKO to go the other way. It's deep in the box on the right side and down 0-2. And let's take that up high for ball 1. Well, Felix Dubron 2-1 in 3 career starts against the White Sox with a 3.00 earned run average. Last faced him on May 21st at U.S. Cellular Field. He took the loss despite giving up just 2 runs in 6 innings against the White Sox. Not close, and it evens at 2-2.
It was the first fastball that Dubron has shown KONEAKO in this at bat, and that was really just a show me up and away.
And KONEAKO strikes out. Another fastball up and away, and he chases this one. Red Sox coming up from Fenway. To you by New England Chevy dealers on this Junior Announcer Day.
Thanks, Mr. Ursillo. Hi, I'm Maddie from Charlestown. Leading off for the Red Sox, the center fielder, Jacoby Ellsbury. In right field, Shane Victorino. The second baseman, Dustin Pedroia. At DH, David Ortiz. In left field, Daniel Nava. The first baseman, Mike CARP. The catcher, JARROD SALTALAMACCHIA. At shortstop, Stephen Drew. And batting ninth, the third baseman, Xander Bogaerts.
Nice job, Maddie. As the Red Sox come to bat here, Jacoby Ellsbury leads it off as Andre Rienzo deals with a pitch inside. Take a look at Rienzo's numbers. His season numbers brought to you by Nissan. 7th start, 1-0 with a 4.21 earned run average. Opponent sitting at 252 against Rienzo. And a ground ball towards Garcia at second base. Throws out Ellsbury, and there's one down in the inning. And the White Sox defensively brought to you by Jaguar. Connor Gillespie at third base, Alexei Ramirez at short, Leury Garcia at second with Jeff Keppinger at first base. Left to right in the outfield, DAYAN VICIEDO, Alejandro Diaz, and Aviciel Garcia, with Tyler Flowers doing the catching today for Andre Rienzo. One down in the last of the first inning, and it brings up Shane Victorino. Shane hitting at .297 with 12 homers and 51 runs driven in, and he has been hot lately. And so take a look at strike one. Shane has hit safely in his last 6 games, hitting at .500 the last 6 games. He is 12 for his last 24. I'm sorry to see August go. He had a terrific August. 7 home runs. 22 RBIs, scored 24 runs. Third in hits in the league in August. And that'll drop in there for strike 3. Rienzo makes quick work of Victorino. Didn't like the call. First strikeout for Rienzo.
And that was a curveball that got him looking. That's a pretty good pitch. All of these Red Sox batters are getting their first look at Rienzo.
So 2 down here in the first inning for Dustin Pedroia. We talked about the 15 hits last night for the Red Sox, and Pedroia did not have one. He was 0 for 5. He did pick up an RBI in last night's game, and still has hit safely in 14 of his last 17 games. Average tipping under 300 at 299. And the stirrups today for Dustin Pedroia, the high socks today, trying to mix it up.
I like that look. I think it becomes him.
2-0 pitch is over the outside corner for a strike.
It'd be a good look for you, I think.
The high socks?
Yes.
He's got a protective shin guard on the front left shin and drives this to left. Viciedo's back, going to be over his head. Off the scoreboard, and Pedroia will hold on with his single. Sox are working just good. He's hit quickly up over Viciedo in left field.
That was a fastball. He squared it up. Never got that high off the ground.
On board at first base with 2 down, and it brings up David Ortiz. David collecting 2 hits in last night's game, was 2 for 4 with an RBI and a walk. Now only 4 hits shy of 2,000 in his career. Not a full shift here for the White Sox. Garcia does get on the outfield grass, the second baseman, as Ortiz takes ball 1. A little bit low, and it's 2-0.
That was the cut fastball that time. His four-seam fastball is low 90s. We'll see him 91, maybe 92. That cutter there at 88. We've seen the curveball as well.
Two-0 pitch, wrap foul down by his shoe tops, and it's 2-1.
That might be one that Poppy would like back. Hitters count 2-0. That was right down the chute. And I think he knew that too.
And dealing with Rienzo, 25-year-old from Sao Paulo, Brazil. 7th major league start.
It was the Peavy trade that opened up the spot for him to jump into the rotation. So Jake Peavy goes from Chicago to Boston, and Rienzo comes to the big leagues.
So John Gomes of the Cleveland Indians, the only 2 Brazilian natives to play in the major leagues. On the first base, and back to the bag is Pedroia. And Rienzo, the only pitcher from that country to earn a major league victory. That's a strike over the outside corner. And as Ortiz looking back, 2-2.
He spent a lot of time in the minors. Took him a long time to develop. But Brazil is obviously not a country where you typically would think of a lot of top quality baseball prospects. He was very raw when they got him.
Ortiz fouls it off, stays alive. Well, you can start following NESN on Twitter for the latest breaking news and programming alerts. It's all available on your computer and mobile device. Follow us on twitter.com/NESN. Two down here in the first inning. Dustin Pedroia at first base after he singled. And Ortiz pops it up foul, back and out of play. And the White Sox will head to New York after the ball game today and begin a 3-game series with the Yankees, and then it's on to Baltimore for 4. So on a East Coast road trip. Looks like David maybe on the backswing may have gotten a piece of Tyler Flowers. That happens quite a bit. in his long swing.
And that's exactly what happened, right on the side of the mask.
In the dirt outside, full count. So Pedroia can get a first base start here as he'll gain his lead. On deck, Daniel Nava. Ortiz will take ball 4 and head on down to first base. Lengthy at bat. Worked out to be an 8-pitch at bat and a 2-out walk for David Ortiz.
Arienzo was awfully careful with Poppy there. Really, the one pitch he had to hit that was really in a good spot was that 2-0 fastball. Everything else was marginal or outside the zone.
So 2 on, 2 down, and Mike CARP the batter. Rather, Daniel Nava the batters. Nava hitting at .297, 10 homers and 56 runs batted in. CARP waits on deck. Red Sox threatening here in the bottom of the first inning. High for ball 1. Enzo started the inning well, got Ellsbury to ground out to second, Victorino to strike out, but since then a single for Pedroia and the walk for Ortiz. A fly ball out to left center field. Diaza has it sized up, and Rienzo gets out of the first inning. Red Sox strand a pair, no score from Fenway after 1.
Second, and it is September 1st, and that means Major League Baseball teams are able to expand their roster. With the Red Sox did just that today. So for our AT&T text poll question of the night, we'd like to ask the fans at home their thoughts on when and how many players are able to get that call. So text your vote to 536-536. Select A for you like the fact that there is 40 players. B, if the expansion is good, but it shouldn't be as many players. C, if the expansion is fine, but should come earlier in the season. Or D, there should be no roster expansion at all. Message and data rates may apply. Vote throughout the game and our post-game coverage, and we're going to reveal the winner tonight on NESN Sports Today. Don?
All right, Jay, thanks very much. As Vicieddo Garcia fouls the first pitch back to the screen. Trying to kind of touch on this the night before last, but your thinking was that perhaps much like the NHL, kind of healthy scratches and changing game to game to keep the roster at 25 is your thought?
I wouldn't mind that, as long as there were some additional rules in place to keep you from mismanaging your pitching staff.
Moves out to right center field, and that's going to get in for a base hit in front of Victorino.
And you look at the guys that they have brought up today, 4 call-ups, and then really a 5th guy because of the acquisition of John McDonald as well. So there's 5 extra guys here right now. They all fill a specific need, things that a team can use in September. A speed guy, a catcher, which allows you some flexibility later in the game, a backup infielder, another arm in the bullpen. In McDonald's case, a superior defensive player. So all of these guys, you look at them individually and they fill a specific need and a specific role.
Lead runner on in Garcia. Jeff Keppinger started game 1. Had last night off, back in the lineup for the White Sox. Keppinger at first base today. 248, 4 homers, and 36 runs batted in. He'll take strike 2. Keppinger in the last 16 games hitting at 347, 17 for his last 49. He's made 41 starts at second base, 34 at third, and today marks his 12th at first base. That's a high fly ball out to right center field. Ellsbury over, and makes the catch for the first out. One on, one out for DAYAN VICIEDO. VICIEDO had last night off, played in the first game of the series. 258, 11 homers, and 45 runs batted in.
Not a lot of guys in this White Sox lineup with a ton of plate appearances against Dubron, but some success in small sample sizes. Viciedo is one of them. 4 for 7 off of Dubron in his career, including a home run that came back in 2012.
Throw to first, and they have another chance to get another White Sox running, and this time they get it done. Now, they've been guessing. Garcia was able to guess right and pick second base, as it turned out, but not this time. Obviously, Garcia is caught stealing. 1-3 to 6 for the second out of the inning.
Several things here. I mean, 1, Dubron's got a pretty good move. That's the biggest thing. 2, Garcia's not as fast. And 3, Drew was there in plenty of time to take the throw.
So base is empty now with 2 down, and Viciedo ahead in the count 2-0. Last 8 games hitting at .433, 258 batting average overall. And a swing and a miss, 2-1. Viciedo fouls it back, 2-2. We'll get set for every Red Sox game on NESN with Red Sox Game Day Live, presented by DCU. NESN's pregame coverage of the Sox begins an hour before every game. DCU, Digital Federal Credit Union, banking the DCU way. Another foul off to the right, another pitch wasted. One of the issues that Dubron has had from time to time is high pitch counts early and having trouble kind of putting guys away. That pitch count being up near 100 at 5 innings worth of work, and he has done a better job of that this season, but still it recurs.
He's at 28 right now, which is not a bad number if he can finish this at bat here. The strike percentage is high, 20 strikes and 28 pitches.
He wanted that, but it is high for ball 3, and he will check again. Very dangerous. He's done that a few times.
But I think Hernandez got the call right.
There's a ground ball to short. Drew plays the high hop bill with a cap high, and his throw is in time to end the inning. And the score as we head to the bottom of the second. Mike CARP will lead it off. Well, there's an app for that. MLB Preplay is the official prediction game of Major League Baseball, and it's free to download on iOS and Android. Download now at NESN.com/preplay and play along during every Red Sox game. So we head to the bottom of the second inning without a score here at Fenway Park. Dustin Pedroia had a base hit in the first. Ortiz walked. There were 2 on with 2 down when Nava flied out to center field. CARP, SALTALAMACCHIA, and Drew to bat in the inning. Pitch in there for strike 1.
And it's good to see CARP back in the lineup. He had the big hit the other night, the game winner. He was in the lineup the next night, a late scratch.
Irritation for his left shoulder. He was available to come off the bench in last night's game, but gets the start today, and he has been terrific coming off the bench. Amazing how good his timing has been. Hitting a .307 coming in, and he's got another base hit here today in his first at bat of the day.
That wasn't clear initially what he did to have the shoulder act up on him. He said it just was a product of him sleeping on it funny, which happens from time to time. But if you look back on some of the under-the-radar acquisitions that Ben Cherington made, what a difference Mike CARP has made to this team.
Yeah, he really has. It has been remarkable how he has also been off for sometimes a week at a time, and all of a sudden shows up and always seem to do something good when he comes in. And a base hit here in his first at bat today to begin things in the second inning as Jared SALTALAMACCHIA stands in. Salty starts today hitting at .267. 11 homers and 52 runs batted in. Salty against right-handed pitching, hitting at .284 and 10 of the 11 home runs he has off right-handers as they check on CARP at first base. Two and 0. SALTALAMACCHIA has set single season career highs in hits, extra base hits, and in walks so far this season. And a grounder foul here outside of first. Happy young lady right there. Two-one is in the dirt, and it's 3-1.
And the strike percentage not that good for Rienzo right now. It's dipping closer to the 50-50 mark. Once again, the Red Sox lineup are making the Chicago White Sox pitchers work.
Ball 4, and Saltalamaccchia draws the second walk given up by Rienzo today. Well, Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox, invites you to join the walking club. Sign up today and get a cool wristband, plus everything you need to start a walking program for better health. Find out more at bidmc.org. 2 on, nobody out here in the bottom of the second inning for the Red Sox. Second straight inning they've had 2 on. Here is Stephen Drew. It's a .248, 10 homers, and 53 runs batted in. In the dirt for ball 1.
Yeah, we've seen Rienzo miss low with that cut fastball several times now.
Down and in again, and it is 2-0. Rocky outing last time out against the Houston Astros. 6 innings, giving up 7 runs, 5 earned on 9 hits. That's in there for a strike. Certainly not good against that Houston Astros lineup. Mentioned that he is 1-0 coming in. His victory was against a good lineup, Kansas City Royals. 6 innings, giving up 2 runs in that outing. Well, he falls behind here, 3-1.
You look at Houston, they've lost how many games now? 90?
91.
91 games. Sometimes it's a wonder they've won 44.
Fly ball down the right field line. Long run for Garcia over towards the warning track, and he gets there to make the catch. Tagging at second is CARP, and he'll take third base. Remaining at first is Saltalamaccchia. Well, Drew gave that a ride, and Garcia was over towards right center. He had a long way to go to get over there, but he gets there for the out.
Not really a sun field out there today. We've seen a couple of instances where it seemed like the sun might poke through, but it's been overcast, so the outfielders shouldn't have to worry about that, at least not here in the initial stages of the game.
Tyler Flowers, the catcher, out to talk to Rienzo here, joined by Alexei Ramirez from shortstop. And Xander Bogaerts coming up here for the Red Sox, with runners at first and third and 1 down. Bogaerts in last night's game went 2 for 3, scored a run. 333 so far in the majors, no homers and 2 runs batted in. At 20 years, 334 days old, he became the youngest Red Sox player to drive in a run, score a run, and reach base in at least 3 times in a game since Tony Conigliaro. That was back in 1965. Bogaerts fouls it off to the right, out of play.
He's playing at third today. He said that he's much more comfortable playing at short, which is completely understandable. That's where he spent almost his entire minor league career. And they really only started mixing in the third base position relatively recently and at the major league level.
Between AA Portland, AAA Pawtucket combined to hit .297. We're elevating to the majors. So the first has Saltalamaccchia diving back to the bag. Runner goes, and taking second base standing is SALTALAMACCHIA. No throw. And a surprise attack right there.
After all of that attention they paid to him at first base. They're trying to hold him close to preserve a double play opportunity, but then he takes off and there's no play.
His last stolen base got to go back a few years. 2011, in September of 2011. Pitch called a strike, right at the bottom of the strike zone. 1-2. In the dirt outside, blocked by Flowers, and count evens at 2-2.
Now Rienzo trying to get Bogaerts to expand the zone there, something we haven't seen Xander do too much of in the early going.
I've been surprised how patient a hitter he has been, being as young as he is. First go around here in the major leagues. That's going to miss high for ball 3.
Same idea, different spot. It was the breaking ball away he wouldn't chase. This time the fastball up, nothing doing either.
Swing and a miss as he goes chasing after this pitch down and away. So the second strikeout for Rienzo is out number 2 here at the second inning.
And that was the breaking ball. And really one of the few times we have seen him swing at something obviously outside of the strike zone.
Well, Don Cooper's coming out as they get ready to deal with Jacoby Ellsbury with runners at second and third. We'll take a look at the heat zone for Jacoby Ellsbury, hitting at 321 with men on base. And a wide area there for Jacoby Ellsbury of success.
And you look at where he's been hot. He's got that traditional hot zone for the left-hander, which is the down and in. Think of it almost like a golf swing. That's very common for left-handers. But look at what the damage he's been able to do up in the zone and out over the plate, up and away, which is impressive as well. And so now the question is, what do the White Sox want to do with Ellsbury with first base open?
And Victorino batting from the right side, even against right-handers.
We just showed you that heat zone, and I know it's the right-left matchup. I'm not so sure I would put him on here, certainly not intentionally. I don't think the White Sox are going to right out of the chute.
Ellsbury grounded out to Leury Garcia at second base in the first inning. He's 0 for 1. There's Shane Victorino waiting on deck. There's strike one. Into the breaking ball that time. Outside for ball 1.
Back-to-back curveballs to start Ellsbury.
Mike CARP at third base, Jared SALTALAMACCHIA at second base, and 2 outs. Check swing. Did he go? He did go, says Paul Maurer, third base umpire. And it's 1-2.
I didn't think he went with a naked eye. That's awfully close.
It's closer than I thought.
It usually is when you look at it on the replay on the side angle.
Ellsbury back up the middle into center field, a base hit. Mike CARP has scored. Here comes SALTALAMACCHIA. Here comes the throw. It's going to be late, and the Red Sox take a 2-0 lead. Jacoby Ellsbury drives in a pair. RBIs 49 and 50 on the year, and the Red Sox take a 2-0 lead.
Now Robin Ventura looks on. They had the meeting on the mound to try and figure out exactly how they wanted to approach Ellsbury, and Rienzo was pretty careful with him. He threw in a first pitch curveball for a strike, but otherwise he had been on the edges of the zone. That pitch was probably just a smidgen off the plate. Doesn't matter. Ellsbury can get to it.
So that's big with 2 outs in the inning. Ellsbury gets credit for his single, takes second on the throw. And Shane Victorino coming up. He is 0 for 1. He struck out looking in the first inning. There is ball 1. 4th time for Jacoby Ellsbury that he's had 50 or more RBIs in a season. Popped up foul and out of play.
You always wonder sometimes, players heading into what is a walk year, and that's what it is for Ellsbury, how that could possibly affect them. It hasn't seemed to have had any negative effect whatsoever on Ellsbury. The power numbers might not quite be there like they were a couple of years ago, but every other facet of his game has been fantastic.
Victorino take it low as it got away briefly from Flowers, and Victorino had to dance out of the way. Outside for ball 3. 46 pitches now for Rienzo in an inning and 2/3. Red Sox trailing a pair in the first inning, have scored twice here in the second inning. That's ball 4. That was the second walk of the inning, 3rd of the outing giving up by Rienzo. First and second for Pedroia. Boy, the starting pitching in this series really been very tough for Robin Ventura.
Here we are again. Not even 2 innings in the books, and a White Sox starter is approaching 50 pitches. Now, the rosters are expanding, so you don't have to worry quite as much about burning out your bullpen, but it just puts you behind the 8 ball.
So Pedroia becomes the 7th member of the Red Sox to bat here in the second inning as he takes a pitch outside. The Red Sox are playing great baseball coming into this series, having won 10 of their last 12 games. Down the right field line towards the pole, but a foul ball.
With a win last night, that secured the 28th series win for the Red Sox this season. That is the highest total in the entire major leagues. It's hard to believe they haven't had a sweep in a month. It's been a month. In fact, I think it was the 1st of August they completed a sweep with the Mariners. And they haven't had a sweep since then. They could do that with a win today, but they've been winning series after series.
Well, the Atlanta Braves have more wins than the Red Sox do. Boston with 81 wins coming into today's game. Braves have 83. What a difference a year makes, to say the least. Ellsbury at second, Victorino at first as Pedroia grounds it down the third baseline, foul. And that'll even the count at 2-2. When our veterans return from Iraq and Afghanistan, a number of them suffer from post-traumatic stress and traumatic brain injury. The Red Sox Foundation's home base program treats them. We thank H.B. Hood for supporting the Red Sox Foundation's efforts. Ellsbury at second, Victorino at first with 2 outs, 2 runs in. And a 2-2 pitch coming to Pedroia. A little bit high for ball 3.
Rienzo's out there talking to himself on the mound right now. Maybe not with the Jake Peavy type of gusto, more like disbelief, frustration.
Pedroia takes ball 4. It's back-to-back walks, 3 in the inning, and the bases are now loaded.
And if you're Rienzo or anybody for that matter, you just can't do that. You just can't keep putting guys on base against this lineup. You're just asking for trouble sooner or later.
And Charlie Leisman, who was just recalled today, one of those September call-ups who are talking about joining the White Sox, and it looks like he may be getting into some action here. That's his first warm-up toss, so it's going to be a while as they try to buy some time now. Tyler Flowers, the catcher, was asked to go out and talk to Rienzo.
He has just started throwing. Leisman's a lefty, but he's not going to face Poppy. The righty Rienzo is going to be in there for Ortiz. We keep looking over at Don Cooper and feeling some sympathy, but when we've seen him as much as we have, and we're not even out of the second inning yet, and that's been a consistent story all weekend long.
Bases loaded, 2 down. David Ortiz gets a second look at Rienzo. He's got 1 of the 4 walks given up by Rienzo. And David lines it into right field for a base hit. From third, Ellsbury will score. Here comes Victorino. The Red Sox tack on 2 more and take a 4-0 lead.
And I'm not surprised that Poppy came up there aggressive. Rienzo had been missing all over the place. He doesn't want to fall behind Ortiz with the bases loaded. He comes in with a first pitch cut fastball, and it just catches way too much of the plate.
So David Ortiz collecting RBIs 83 and 84 on the year. And now Daniel Nava becomes the 9th member of the Red Sox to bat here in the second inning. Flied out to the center fielder, Alejandro Diaz, in the first inning, 0 for 1. That's a strike, and a generous strike at that. 1-1.
Top of the zone, borderline pitch at best.
Strike 2. Total of 57 pitches for Rienzo here through an inning and 2/3, but more than that, he has been ineffective. Already allowing 4 runs. He's got 4 walks in an inning and 2/3, 3 of them coming in this inning, and 2 of them have already turned into runs. Two and 2.
That was a 93-mile-per-hour fastball from Rienzo. It might have been the hardest one he has thrown all afternoon. And he probably realizes there's a good chance that this is his last batter either way.
More balls than strikes today so far for Rienzo. As he misses outside, full count. Seventh 3-ball count, 4th full count already for Rienzo. His 60th pitch. And it's ground ball to third base as Gillespie will fire to first for the out that ends the inning. Well, 2 2-run hits in this inning, 1 for Jacoby Ellsbury and 1 for David Ortiz as the Red Sox on top 4-0. over the White Sox thanks to a 4-run bottom of the second inning for Boston. Connor Gillespie, Tyler Flowers, and Alejandro Diaz scheduled to bat here against Felix Dubron. Long wait for Dubron in the bottom of the second inning, as he misses badly to Gillespie inside. Gillespie back at third base, hitting at .244, 11 home runs and 30 runs batted in. LeBron has given up a base hit in the first inning, a base hit in the second inning. And a foul back to the screen, 1-2.
Fastball for Dubron today, right around 90. That's the last one we saw there on the foul ball. He's gone upstairs twice now with a fastball. And with this lead, you'd really like to see him continue to attack these White Sox batters.
Well, he might have had strike 3 there, but instead ball 2, 2-2.
It was on the edge. I wonder if Hernandez gave up on this curve. Boy, he likes to take that little step, doesn't he, right off the mound when he thinks he's got it.
Nice grab off to our left. One-handed.
Look at that.
To left field. Nava's in a perfect spot, puts it away for out number 1 of the third inning. Let's send it down to Jenny Dell.
Well, Don, Mother Nature did not quite cooperate here today, so picnic in the park, which was originally scheduled for after today's game, has been rescheduled for Sunday, September 22nd. The good news is, fans at home, you can go to RedSoxFoundation.org, find out more about the event, and maybe even come to it. It is the only event all year long that all players must attend. There's a 45-minute autograph session and a picnic here at Fenway Park, a live auction. It's a great day at Fenway. Check it out.
All right, Jen, thank you very much. I've been many times to Picnic in the Park. And, John, it's a lot of fun. Have you made it to Picnic in the Park yet?
I have not had the pleasure yet. Oftentimes I see it as we're wrapping up or have been wrapping up our post-game stuff from here at the park. Looks like a great day. Hopefully the weather will be a little bit better than today when it comes up on the 22nd.
One down in the inning for Tyler Flowers. And that is called a strike.
I'm surprised they haven't asked you to cook.
No, they have
Picnic
not.
in the Park.
No, that request has not come in.
See who I have to talk to suggest that.
There's a pop-up foul ground coming back, but no play for Saltalamaccchia. Well, a tough couple of innings for Andre Rienzo. The action is stopped in the pen, so it looks like he may be coming back out here for the third inning to try to get some of that momentum back. It's not bad in the first inning, but certainly a very difficult second inning, to the tune of 41 pitches. Oh, close pitch. 2-2.
I wonder if they're going to bring him back out. Leisman's not throwing. Yep. One out in the inning.
Has that look to it. Flowers fights it off foul, and we'll do it again. 2-2. White Sox have been held to 2 hits. Leori Garcia had a single in the first inning. Vicieddo Garcia had a single in the second inning. And the foul off to the right out of play, and this at bat will extend to an 8th pitch. Number 9 man Tyler Flowers deep in the count here against Felix Dubron. And a swing and a miss. Off balance swing at that. Goes to the breaking ball and Strikes out Tyler Flowers. Third K for DuBront.
That was a pretty good curveball. That's a swing and miss pitch for DuBront. Down and in on the right-handed batter.
Pitch zone on Nesson is brought to you by Amica. Amica Insurance, great service, great coverage, and a great price for auto, home, or life insurance. 2 down in the visiting half of the third inning, and Alejandro Diaz gets his second look today at Felix DuBront. Struck out looking in the first inning. We'll take strike one. We'll play day baseball tomorrow. John Lackey against Doug Pfister in game 1 of the 3-game series against the Tigers. That should be a very good series. Of course, Detroit on top of the American League Central by 8.5 games now over the Cleveland Indians. Only some space now between the Tigers and the Indians. 8.5 games. Royals 10.5 back.
And they're really the one team that, at least on September 1st, can think more about making sure they have everybody rested, lined up exactly the way they want heading into the postseason.
And to make sure Miguel Cabrera is okay health-wise.
Cabrera did not play in the game yesterday. I was surprised he was in the lineup the day before. Why push it at all with Cabrera?
Diaz sends it foul down the third baseline. Full count.
And a quick look at the Tiger lineup today. Cabrera is not in it. Second straight game he has sat out. We'll see if he's in the lineup tomorrow.
Tigers hosting the Cleveland Indians. They're in the 6th inning today. Comerica Park in Detroit without a score. Fly ball to left field. Daniel Nava is out there in left today. And Felix DuBront has 1-2-3 third inning. Red Sox have a 4-0 lead.
Happening every day. Win a sleek brand new Audi A5 or your share of $1,500 worth of gas. Earn entries all Labor Day weekend and double entries on Sunday, September 1st. The Audi Labor Day giveaway, September 2nd at Foxwoods Resort Casino.
Last half of the third inning is Andre Rienzo back on the mound. Your Eastern Mass Lexus dealers bringing the pitching line for Rienzo. 2 innings, 4 hits, 4 runs, 4 walks, and 2 Ks. Back out there to start the inning. And strike one to Mike Carp. Carp let it off in the second. Able to get it started with a single. And Carp would come around to score. The Red Sox first run of the day. Swing and a miss. And a pitch away, 1-2.
Can't help but think the Mariners might like to have Mike Carp right now, who they let go in spring training, deciding instead to keep Jason Bay. That was the roster decision.
Ended up designating him for assignment. This is lined and kind of was hooking back towards Ramirez, able to go to the backhand to make that catch. He was headed in the wrong direction initially.
A lot of spin on that one.
Yes.
Inside out swing, little English.
So Mike Carp retired on the lineout for the first out here of the third inning. It brings up Jared SALTALAMACCHIA. After he walked in the second inning, he picked up his first stolen base since 2011. He would score from second base, the Red Sox second run.
In 2 games, we've seen added dimensions from Red Sox catchers. A bunt single from David Ross. Now SALTALAMACCHIA is stealing a base.
Well, Leisman back up again. He was up last inning, just called up as part of the September call-ups for the White Sox. He was a starter down at AAA Charlotte, so he may be a guy that can give Robin Ventura some innings today. There's a high fly ball to right field. Garcia coming in. Waiting for it to come down. It finally does for the second out of the inning. Advil is the official pain reliever of the Boston Red Sox and proud supporter of Volunteers. Go to Advil.com to find out about the Advil Relief in Action campaign. Now 2 outs here in the third inning, and Stephen Drew coming up. Drew flied out to right field in the second inning, 0 for 1 today. Red Sox have already won 12 more games this year than they did all of last year. 69 total wins last year to 93 losses. Sox are the only American League team and one of 2 Major League teams whose record has been above 500 all year. Atlanta Braves also have not been below. This is driven out to deep center field. Diaza back at the wall, and that ball is gone. Home run for Stephen Drew, his 11th of the year, and the Red Sox take a 5-0 lead. Straightaway center and above the 379 marker.
Just to the right of the line where the wall ends. It's been a good news, bad news proposition, I suppose, for Rienzo. He's thrown more strikes in this inning, but this time Drew takes a strike and deposits it out of the park.
Two down for Xander Bogaerts, who takes a strike over the outside corner. The Red Sox have now hit 140 home runs this season. With it, Hess Express donated another $500 to the Red Sox Foundation. Brings the season total to $70,000. Hess Express committed to helping the cause. Bogaerts fouls off another to the right, and another fastball. And a breaking ball that time, fouled off.
Rienzo's been challenging Bogaerts. 4 pitches so far in this at bat, all in the zone.
And a grounder foul just outside the bag at third. That's in there for strike 3 over the inside corner to end the inning. But Stephen Drew collects his 11th home run of the year, and the Red Sox take a 5-0 lead. First, would it be nice if your bank did the same thing with products that make life easier and a commitment to those in need? Here, your First Eastern Bank. It's been a good day for the Red Sox, and most recently a home run by Stephen Drew. Near the bottom of the 3rd inning has Boston now on top 5-0, out hitting the White Sox 5-2. As the White Sox, that is, comes to bat here in the 4th inning. Yuri Garcia, Alexei Ramirez, and Paul KONEAKO expected to face Felix Dubron. Gave up a single in the first to Yuri Garcia. Now pops it up. Saltalamacchia will go as far as he can, but it's out of play.
And Dubron's pitch count is okay, maybe just a tad over what you'd like for an average, 51 as he enters this 4th inning. You think in terms of a strikeout guy, and Dubron really fits that category. 15 pitches or so per inning, per average. That's what you'd like to target.
The one pitch rolled over foul, and that one getting a piece of the foot or lower leg area for Garcia.
Finally have a little sunshine here at Fenway Park. Look at that.
Wasn't much of that late this morning here at Fenway Park. And Garcia strikes out. The fastball up high that he chases. That is the 4th strikeout for Felix Dubron.
That's 90 miles an hour, but up there you really have no chance. That one's right at his chin.
So first out of the 4th inning, and here's Alexei Ramirez. Flied out to the right fielder, Shane Victorino, in the 1st inning, 0 for 1. They'll take the breaking ball for strike 1. A good curveball today so far for Dubron.
And he's continued to pound the strike zone as well.
On the ground, foul outside of 3rd. Straightens this out and gets it quickly by Bogaerts at third base into left field. And Ramirez, who had fouled off a few this time, gets a base hit. That's the third hit of the day for Chicago. Well, today's Twisted But True Fact looks at some brotherly love on the White Sox. Last Wednesday, Jordan Danks hit what proved to be the game-deciding home run for the White Sox, while brother John was the pitcher of record. This homer was historic beyond propelling White Sox to their 14th win in 20 games. Jordan became the first player to homer in support of his brother since June 3rd of 1955. When Billy Shantz homered in support of Bobby Shantz for the Kansas City Athletics. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea is the refreshing hard iced tea. It tastes like real iced tea. Be a little twisted.
I like those throwback unis that they were sporting in that.
I like that White Sox uniform.
I don't really like them.
Do you really didn't like them? How about the shorts? Did you like the shorts?
No,
The year they wore
like
the shorts? This one was fouled down the right field line out of play.
And I'm thinking I won't be around for this, but you guys should have throwback day in the booth.
I think we kind of did yesterday. This will bounce in, and it is blocked by Saltalamaccchia.
What do you mean we?
Well, I did. And quite a reaction yesterday to the blue blazer. It's amazing.
The people, they love it, Don. They loved it.
I don't know about that, but it's amazing the reaction you get from one jacket you wear once a year to keep in the rotation. I was not prepared to come back with the yellow today. I'm quite ready for that.
Have you considered saving it for the West Coast?
But it's after Labor Day. You know, it's kind of bright.
Well, I just mean generally speaking.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like a 10:05 start.
Yeah, that's not a bad one. No one sees it. Is that what you're saying? In the dirt, and KONEAKO takes it for ball two. There it is, another chance for us to see it. Welcome to the Lido deck here at Fenway Park.
What time is the buffet?
2-2 is by the dive. Bogaerts at third base into left field. Nava over to play it as Ramirez moves to second on the base hit for Paul KONEAKO. And the White Sox put together back-to-back base hits for the first time today. And no chance for Bogaerts. That was quickly by him.
The first base hit was on a curveball that hung a little bit. It was on the outside part of the plate. That time it was the fastball.
First real noise of the day from the White Sox comes here in the fourth inning with one out.
And if you're Chicago, this is probably the guy you want at the plate right now. I mean, he's been maybe the lone bright spot for them this weekend. Garcia's looks like an impressive young player.
Maciel Garcia coming over from the Tigers, part of the three-team deal with the Red Sox, Jake Peavy, and Jose Iglesias going to the Tigers. And Garcia on a check swing. Did he go? No, says Doug Eddings, first base umpire. Well, the unusual thing about that deal is you don't often see a guy stay within the same division sometimes during trades.
You think about that from Detroit's perspective. This is a guy that they're going to likely see an awful lot of for a long time.
Swinging a foul tip. Missing for ball two, 2-1. Larry Garcia striking out to begin the inning. Back-to-back singles for Alexei Ramirez and Paul KONEAKO. Now obviously Al Garcia batting with a count of 2-1. That's inside. Long walk around the mound, clockwise for DuBrant as he returns to the top of the hill. Foul off to the right, full count.
Now DuBrant started him off with a curveball in this at bat, but it's been pretty much the fastball since then. He's been challenging Garcia.
Up to 67 pitches through 3 1/3 innings. Could use a double play ball here to get out of the inning. Instead, he walks Garcia to load the bases on the first walk allowed by DuBrant today. So bases loaded, one down, and Jeff Keppinger coming up here. He flied out to the center fielder, Jacoby Ellsbury, in the second inning. He's 0 for 1. Bounces in, and SALTALAMACCHIA is able to block it.
Good work there by Salty to keep the changeup in front of him. Now DuBrant is a guy that will get you some ground balls. He's got about a 47% ground ball rate, which is just a tick higher than his rate from a season ago. It's a good combination if you can be a strikeout pitcher that can also get ground balls. Keppinger can run.
He'll take the strike that time as it picks up the outside corner. Ramirez at third base, KONEAKO at second base, Garcia at first, and that's a little bit too far outside.
He got the edge in the previous pitch, tried to go a little further away, but Hernandez wouldn't bite. Neither would Keppinger.
Well, Keppinger gets a piece of this, and it's now 2-2.
He helped him out. Swung at a pitch that almost hit him.
Fastball running in on Keppinger.
And he got it on a foul.
And VICIEDO on deck for the White Sox here. One down, bases loaded. Keppinger hits one in the air to center field. Ellsbury is there. Makes the catch as tagging is Alexei Ramirez. Throw goes to third, and the White Sox get on the board today. Keppinger with a sacrifice fly, and it's now 5-1 Boston. Well, this ticket brings us the pitching line for Felix DuBrant, who has just surrendered his first run of the day in 3 2/3 innings, 4 hits, a walk, and 4 strikeouts. Pitch count up to 73 pitches.
He's had to work a lot harder in this inning.
2 on, 2 down for DAYAN VICIEDO. That's a fly ball to right field down near the pole, but that ball is going to go foul. Fortunately for the Red Sox.
Not by a lot. Now, our vantage point doesn't give us the greatest angle right down the line, but it wasn't fouled by too much. Seems like every foul ball has found a cute kid.
That's today.
That's the way it should be.
And VICIEDO grounding out to Stephen Drew in the second inning. 0 for 1 today. Red Sox on the board here in the top half of the fourth inning. In again, 1-1. Swing and miss, and it's 1-2. Big swing from VICIEDO on the fastball.
I mean, you might have to look down and check and make sure the shoes are still on after that hack. He nearly came right out.
In the dirt, 2-2. Foul down the right field line, out of play. Another fastball that time from DuBron. Red Sox in a stretch where they'll play 23 of 26 games against teams above 500. They play spoiler for some teams. These are series here against the Red Sox. Play the Texas Rangers, the Detroit Tigers coming up. Ground ball down the third base line, foul. Very close, but a foul ball. The 80th pitch of the day for Felix DuBron. And it's a fly ball to left field, struck pretty well. Nava going back, and it's going to be off the wall. Round from second, KONEAKO scores. Throw goes to third, and it hits the runner. Another run in here for the White Sox, and it's now 5-2 Boston, as Chicago has scored twice, and this time DAYAN VICIEDO drives in a run.
Nava played that ball well off the wall. It hit the green, and then it never did touch the ground. But there was no doubt off the bat that that one was going to get the monster. So just as you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, DuBron just hasn't quite been able to finish off that batter. It seems like he's been close on several occasions. It just hasn't been able to finish.
Juan Nieves out to talk to him here as this inning continues. Trying to minimize the damage. MLB.TV celebrates 11 years with new low yearly prices. Watch out-of-market games live on over 350 supported mobile and connected devices in HD quality. With MLB.TV Premium, MLB.TV, MLB.TV baseball everywhere. Connor Gillespie lined out to left field in the third inning. Yankees have a 3-0 lead over the Orioles today. They moved to the 7th inning in New York. Tampa Bay and Oakland not underway yet. So they'll play in Oakland at O.co Coliseum again today. Foul tipped apparently, and it's 1-1.
That was a break for DuBron. Gillespie didn't offer it that pitch, just happened to catch a sliver of the bat. Was not a strike had he not touched it with the bat.
A big spot right here for DuBron, trying to get out of this with runners at second and third, 2 runs already in. And Gillespie with a swing and a foul tip. 1-2.
So here he is again, right on the edge of finishing off a batter, and trying to minimize the damage in this inning. Strike away.
And Gillespie makes some pay as he lines it into center field for a base hit. This will play 2 runs for the White Sox, and it's now a 1-run game. Red Sox had a 5-0 lead, but Chicago scoring 4 times so far here against Felix Doubront. And it's now 5-4. Big hit for Connor Gillespie.
That breaks the stretch for the first time in 12 games. It had been 11 straight. The Red Sox as a team have allowed more than 3 runs. 4 of them come in this 4th inning.
Now Tyler Flowers coming up, a strikeout victim in his only at bat today against Doubront. Red Sox have action in the pen. Brandon Workman, the right-hander, is up. 35th pitch of the inning coming up for Felix Doubront with 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. Fouled back, and it's 1-1.
It would have sounded absurd just a short time ago to suggest that Doubront would be out of the game before Rienzo. But if he loses Flowers here, who knows? That might be exactly what happens.
Swing and a miss, 1-2. The fastball by him. Pretty good spot. More the hitter Flowers, but he couldn't connect. Outside, not tantalizing enough, and it's 2-2. Tyler Flowers, the 8th member of the White Sox to bat here in the 4th inning. 4 of them have scored so far. Ball 3, full count.
Now you hear the oohs and the ahs from the crowd, but that pitch was not a strike. Went to the curveball, down and in, but missed.
Flowers hits it up the middle and under the glove of Stephen Drew into center field. Gillespie takes third base. And it's 1st and 3rd now with 2 down for the White Sox. And here comes John Farrell. He will make the move as Felix Doubront will not get out of the 4th inning. He had a 5-0 lead in this game. The tying run now 90 feet away at third base. And that is the day for Felix Doubront. Pitching change from Fenway Park. 5-0, but Felix Gibran cannot get out of the 4th inning. As this call to the bullpen on Nesson is brought to you by New England Ford dealers. And Brandon Workman comes into the game for Boston here with runners at 1st and 3rd and 2 down. His 11th overall appearance of the year. He is 3-2 with a 4.41 earned run average. 32 2/3 innings, 36 Ks to 11 walks, and opponents hitting at 266 against Workman. Gibran finishes the day with 90 pitches in his 3 2/3 innings effort.
I heard you and Eck talk about it on the telecast the other night. I mean, he is the most frustrating guy at times in terms of the different pitchers in the Red Sox rotation, because the inconsistency is still there, and it's not so much start to start, it's inning to inning.
First 3 innings not bad today. He gave up 2 hits in the first 3. A 40 pitch 4th inning, and he's unable to record the final out of the inning. On the top of the order, Alejandro Diaz, the 9th member of the White Sox, to bat in the inning with a tying run at 3rd base. And he'll take ball 1 in the dirt. Diaz struck out in the first inning, popped out to 2nd base in the 3rd. Connor Gillespie at 3rd base, Tyler Flowers at 1st base. Very surprising today. Red Sox jumped out to a 5-0 lead, but now all of a sudden 5-4, and trying to keep this 1-run lead at the moment. Three and 0. Workman last worked against the Baltimore Orioles on Thursday night, going an inning in 2/3. Prior to that, he had not worked since the 19th of August. There's a strike, 3-1. So not a lot of work for him lately at all.
That last one just to get me over right down the chute, 3-0 fastball.
Diaz fouls it off as Workman battles back. Full count now.
Yeah, the opportunities that Workman has gotten out of the pen, he's been pretty good. A few games as a starter, an ERA of 2.5, I should say. The ERA a little higher in his work out of the pen.
Diaz takes ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Down to first base goes Diaz. Well, the White Sox batting around here in the 4th inning. First batter that Workman faces, he walks. There's Gibran still responsible for the runners at 2nd and 3rd. Leury Garcia started this inning by striking out. Garcia with a single in the first inning and the strikeout last time. And as he takes ball 1 inside.
7 pitches, 2 strikes.
There's a strike, 1-1. First appearance of the series for Leury Garcia. Saw some speed from him in the first inning when he got on in that infield hit. Also stole a base. That'll drop in for strike 2. Curveball, needed that.
Now the pitch was up a little bit, maybe a little higher than you'd want, but he got it right onto the outside corner.
Garcia fouls it straight back. Fastball from Workman.
I tried to jam him that time.
White Sox have scored 4 times. They've got Gillespie at third, Flowers at second, Diaz at first with 2 down here in the 4th inning. 10th member of the White Sox to bat in the inning. And Garcia strikes out. Workman gets it done. Red Sox still have the lead, but it's now a 5-4 game. Eastern Bank, you put your family first, job first, even your team first. Isn't it time someone put you first? Eastern Bank does just that with products like Eastern Free Checking. Here, you're first. Eastern Bank. Now we play into the bottom of the 4th inning. White Sox scoring 4 times in their half of the 4th inning. And a pitching change here for the White Sox after Andre Rienzo goes the first 3 innings of this game. Charlie Leesman is in the game. Comes up from AAA Charlotte. He was starting in Charlotte. And in 16 starts was 4-3 with a 3.87 earned run average. 78 Ks to 41 walks. And opponents hitting at 263 against Leesman. We'll be facing the top of the Red Sox order, Jacoby Ellsbury. Ellsbury takes ball 1 outside. So Rienzo 3 innings, 5 hits, 5 runs. He walked 4 and struck out 3. He departs on the hook right now for the White Sox. Leesman made his major league debut back on August the 9th against Minnesota. His contract purchase at that time was optioned after game 2 of the day-night doubleheader. This one fouled off to the left and out of play. So this marks his 2nd stint of the year in the big leagues with the White Sox.
And that one start he had, he walked 5 guys. His minor league walk rates are a little bit better, although higher than average. So you want to keep your eye on his control.
And that's ball 4, leadoff walk for Jacoby Ellsbury. That's the 5th walk given up by White Sox pitching in the game. And it's time for a Fenway fan story and Jenny Dell.
We have a great fan story here today. Face next to me, you've probably recognized before, Neil McDonough, an actor, and from Dorchester, something I just learned. So you're a Boston guy. How does it feel to be back here at Fenway Park throwing out the first pitch?
Dirty Dodrette, feels nice to be home, that's for sure. I mean, to be here with Reve and my kids and my friends and a lot of family here today, it was a very, very special day for myself, that's for sure.
Band of Brothers, such a popular miniseries back in 2001. What was it like being part of that cast?
It was, for all of us, it was like, there was a bunch of actors who were in the minor leagues for a while, and we got our shot at the big leagues, literally. And because of that show, all of the guys who are part of it have done so well. And the best part about doing Band of Brothers, as everyone knows, is I met my wife the very first day I got there, so on St. Paddy's Day in 2000. So Band of Brothers is a very, very special thing for me.
And now you're working on a new show, going to be starting in December on TNT. Can you tell the fans at home about it?
Yeah, it's called Mob City, TNT, Los Angeles, 1940s, cops and robbers. And finally, I get to play a good guy on television. So, yeah, and I get to stay in town with Hervé and the kids, and I'm blessed beyond belief. It's going to be a great show.
Well, we're happy to have you and your family here at Fenway Park. Enjoy the game. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much.
Back to you.
All right, Jenny, thanks very much. As stealing second base here was Jacoby Ellsbury, and let's see if they let him stay out there. And now coming out to get confirmation is Robin Ventura. As it appeared, Shane Victorino may have foul tipped that ball. That appeared to be the initial reaction, but apparently he did not. As it would be a stolen base for Ellsbury, who's still standing at second base.
They haven't made any motion yet to send him back. There appeared to be some confusion, though, and Hernandez took a long walk out all the way to the mound. And then before John Farrell could even get there for a discussion, he said, wait a minute, you're going to like the decision.
He didn't foul that. He just didn't catch it.
And then the carom bounced so far out in front of the plate, everything just looked a little strange.
Like the catcher's glove and then his shin guard.
Now, the way the catcher just stopped, as if the play was dead.
So it is a stolen base for Jacoby Ellsbury, who was off with the pitch. And it appears that Angel Hernandez got the call right. So in a scoring position, nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And a grounder right side. The pitcher's got to hurry. Throw to Leisman, and he is going to just beat him to the bag. Nice job by Leisman. He had to throw it into another gear to get there. Victorino coming down the line quickly. And a nice job by Shane to go to the right side to get Ellsbury over to third.
Yeah, you're right, though, Don. That was a really good play by Leisman. He knew, too.
So Ellsbury 90 feet away. This will bring the infield in all the way around here for the White Sox. And as Dustin Pedroia has been on twice in the game. Single to left in the first. He walked in the second inning. Ball 2-0.
Yeah, for the most part, I think Hernandez's strike zone's been pretty consistent behind the plate. He missed in a pitch earlier, I thought, that Bogart struck out on that ended an inning, but for the most part, he's been pretty good.
Line and caught at third, and he cannot turn it into a double play. Apparently didn't catch it either. Thrown away, and scoring from third is Ellsbury. Did not get it on the fly, and reaching at second base will be Pedroia. The Red Sox have a 2-run lead. And Robin Ventura is out to argue that now.
And I think Gillespie thought he caught it because of the way he reacted to try and go back to the bag to tag Ellsbury or get the bag to try and double him up.
I thought he caught it initially.
Yes.
But apparently it came out. Wow, that's late coming out there.
Yeah, I could see a real argument here from Ventura because he landed with the ball still in his glove. It was the second lunge when he tried to get to the bag is when I saw some baseball popping out. That's what Ventura saying. He's saying it's on the transfer. And the first look, I thought he had caught it and had it long enough. I mean, he makes a nice play to grab it out of the air, hits the ground, holds on, and then it's that second motion to try and get to the bag to try and double up Ellsbury. That's when it pops out. I think that probably should have been an out. We'll give Ellsbury second on the error and no RBI. And I'm not sure he's probably had about enough of this series. He's had enough of a lot of things that have gone on here the last couple of days in this game particularly. Not animated so far, but you can see his frustration. Yes. In this situation. Some of it's been with his own pitching staff. Yes. But then these are the things that could kind of like put you over the edge. Dana DeMuth, the crew chief, involved in the conversation as well. Yeah, I can understand why Ventura would be upset here. The discussion continues. He hasn't gotten upset enough to get himself run, although maybe he's trending in that direction. Yes, he is. See you later. Now you wonder, at least I do, next year, is that the type of play that they're actually going to look at with instant replay? Is that the type of thing that they would consider? Was it a catch or was it not a catch? Does he have the ability to challenge it? And I could tell you this, theoretically anyway, they would have decided a long time ago with instant replay. It would have taken less time than to watch Ventura have all of that conversation. Exactly. So he has been ejected from this game. Red Sox have a 2-run lead. Paul Nauert made the call at third base. And now David Ortiz coming up with 1 out in the inning. So pitch is going to miss for ball 1. So Pedroia gets credit for an infield hit, takes second on the error. No RBI on the play that allows Ellsbury to score the Red Sox 6th run of the day. Outside for ball 2. Ortiz on the ground into right center field, a base hit. Pedroia being waved around, and the Red Sox will take a 7-4 lead. Big Poppy aboard for the 3rd time today with his 2nd hit, and now 3 RBIs for David Ortiz. Now that is the way this entire series has seemingly gone for the White Sox. They send all those guys to the plate, get themselves right back in the game with 4 in the 4th. Make a pitching change. Paul doesn't go their way. Poppy makes them pay. Now it's a 3-run game again. So 1 down. David Ortiz at first. Daniel Nava the batter, and he will take ball 1 outside. Ground ball to shortstop, to second for 1, on to first for 2. And the damage done. The Red Sox score a pair. We played 4. It's 7-4 Red Sox.
Prudential Center, as well as free Boston Duck boat rides to Fenway Park. Visit redsox.com/family packs for more information. Well, right after the White Sox got right back in it again, getting within a run of the Red Sox. Boston goes and scores 2 runs in the bottom of the 4th inning. Welcome to your first game. As Alexei Ramirez leads it off here for the White Sox. Ramirez, KONEAKO, and Garcia here in the 5th inning. Ramirez is fly to right and single. Brandon Workman came into the game last inning in relief of Felix Dubron. He was charged with the 4 runs the White Sox have in 3 2/3 innings. Dubron gave up 7 hits, walked a batter, struck out 4. And through 90 pitches. Now Bogaerts ranging to his left, plants and throws, and a high throw off the facing of the Red Sox dugout. And Ramirez will reach to begin things here in the 5th inning.
I'm not sure if he was a little flat-footed on that throw, Don. It was a nice play initially to make the grab. And he reaches down. It doesn't look like he ever quite sets his feet before he makes the throw.
It is ruled a base hit. Fortunately for Bogaerts, didn't go into the Red Sox dugout. Off that screening right in front and did not allow Ramirez to advance any further. So lead runner on here for Chicago in the 5th, and here's Paul KONEAKO, who has struck out and singled. As he takes strike 1. Runner goes, and diving safely into second base goes Alexei Ramirez. Down by 3 runs, but still running are the White Sox. Feeling they can take advantage of Brandon Workman.
They didn't pay much attention to him. He got a great jump.
KONEAKO today as the DH, a split time between first base and as the DH. 55 games at first and now 48 as the DH. As he takes strike 2, 2-2.
You mentioned earlier Workman hasn't had a lot of opportunity lately. The starters have gone so deep into games on a consistent basis for the Sox. The rare time that they have gone short with a starter, they have a very well-rested bullpen.
And just 1 outing since August the 19th for Brandon Workman. It's 2-2 pitch. Is back up the middle into center field, a base hit for KONEAKO. Ramirez being waved around. Ellsbury's throw is not going to be in time. And the White Sox pick up their 5th run of the day. It's now 7-5. As KONEAKO drives in his 45th run of the year and picks up his 2nd hit of the day.
And the stolen base pays immediate dividends because it put Ramirez into scoring position, able to come home on the single.
So KONEAKO at first base, held on by Mike CARP. Nobody out in the inning. Avisail Garcia, the batter. He's been on twice, a single and a walk as he takes strike 1.
Somehow you get the feeling this one is a long way from being over.
Yeah, the pitching today has not been too good on either side. Swing and a miss. High fastball that Garcia chases. Workman here since August the 6th, his second career major league stint with the Red Sox. Flared foul off to the right, out of play. Still 0-2. Guess you use what you got, and that'll work.
Another cute kid.
No 2 pitches inside, and it's 1-2.
And I have enough trouble with a glove, let alone a hat.
Doesn't get any better than that.
No. We've got a Wally shirt and everything. Look at that.
Fouled off to the right, out of play. The last one was pretty good. I don't think this one was too good.
Oh.
In the air to right field, sending Victorino back. Still going. He'll get there. Shy of the warning track to make the catch. Garcia gives it a ride to right, but he's the first out here, the 5th inning. Well, Nesson is your home for the best in fishing and fun with Charlie Moore Outdoors. The mad fisherman brings his fabulous fishing skills and sense of humor to a waterway near you with your favorite New England celebrities. Charlie Moore's Summer of Fun continues all summer long right here on Nesson. And that is on tonight at 6 p.m. right here on Nesson. 1 out, KONEAKO at first base, and Jeff Keppinger, the batter. Flied out to center in the 2nd and a sac fly in the 4th inning.
6 o'clock, huh?
6 o'clock.
Are you sure about that?
You don't think it's going to happen? Just past 4 o'clock right now. And as we started the 5th inning with 1 out. And a pitch outside. 19-minute rain delay here today at Fenway Park to get the game started. Popped up foul off to the right, out of play.
Have you ever done the Charlie Moore show, Don?
Yes.
Okay.
Back in 2001 or 2.
Oh, that's been too long.
It's been a long time. Lake Winnipesaukee. The wave making its way around here at Fenway Park. 2-1 pitch in the air to shallow right. Victorino in towards the line. And he'll get there for the 2nd out here in the 5th. So Workman settling down here in the 5th inning after back-to-back base hits to open up the 5th inning and a run. There's DAYAN VICIEDO. Grounded out to short in the 2nd inning, doubled and scored in the 4th inning. Drove in a run, his 46th RBI of the year. Foul off to the right, out of play. 1-1. Baltimore has a 7-3 lead today over the Yankees as they play in the 7th inning at Yankee Stadium.
And they scored 7 runs in the 7th. A little sign of life for the O's.
Orioles starting the day 4 games back of the Rays in the wild card chase. Half a game back of the Yankees. It's carved foul, 1-2.
Well, Buck Showalter was asked after the game on Thursday night whether he felt like that was a must-win for his team. He said no. I wonder if he felt differently today. If he felt like today was more of a must-win, not getting swept by the Yankees in New York when they're neck and neck.
You know, they dropped the first 2 games of that series like they did against the Red Sox to begin their trip. VICIEDO fouls off another. Now that looks pretty good. Can be very cold though. 1-2. On the ground up the middle, ranging is Drew. He'll let it go. Pedroia gets it. His throw is going to be in time. Gets VICIEDO at first base. Drew let it go, and Pedroia guns him down. A run for the White Sox. 7-5 Red Sox. A blockbuster deal on a new Ford car, crossover, SUV, or truck at your New England Ford dealers. Last half of the 5th inning back at Fenway. Red Sox holding on to a 7-5 lead as Mike Carp leads it off and takes a pitch high for ball 1. Carp 1 for 2. He singled and scored in the 2nd inning. Lined out to shortstop in the 3rd. Carp didn't like the call as he looks back at Angel Hernandez. Franklin Morales swarming in the Red Sox pen. Brandon Workman getting the final out of the 4th and working the 5th inning. There's a strike, 2-2. Andre Rienzo, pitcher of record on the losing side at the moment here for the White Sox. Went 3 innings, giving him 5 hits, 5 runs. He walked 4, struck out 3. There's a fly ball struck towards right center field. Garcia moving, and look out, makes the catch out there as He and Diaz almost collide, but Garcia makes the grab on the track in front of the triangle out there in right center. That had disaster written all over it.
Second time this series we've seen some either miscommunication or lack of communication between Garcia in right and Diaz in center. Completely different plays. Before it was a shallow pop-up. This time a drive into the gap. Same thing, though. Usually that's a center fielder's ball. Very fortunate that there was not a collision at the end of that one.
Now Jared SALTALAMACCHIA getting his third plate appearance of the day. Walked and scored in the second inning. Flied out to right field in the third. Batting from the right side now. The lefty out there, and he fouls it back. Charlie Leisman coming into the game in the fourth inning. He has given up 2 runs of his own since coming in. Lined and caught at third base, and holding on to it this time entirely is Connor Gillespie for the second out of the inning.
And for the most part, what we've seen from Gillespie at third defensively has been pretty good in this series. He ends up being charged with an error last time. This time he dives to his left, a reaction play, and a good catch.
2 down here in the fifth inning brings up Stephen Drew, who after flying out to right field in the second inning in his solo home run, his 11th home run of the year in the third inning, as he takes ball 1. Red Sox had a 5-0 lead at one point in this game, holding on to a 7-5 advantage. Popped up foul should reach the seats as Gillespie heads over and has no play. Oh.
You got to put down the food, Doc.
Have to make a decision, I think, at some point, whether or not you're going to fully commit or not.
That's right. You either want the ball or you want to eat. You can't do both.
Two pitch. And a grounded foul over by the on-deck circle. As a White Sox fan.
No ball, no food, no nothing.
He's now explaining his plight. 2-2 is fouled straight back. Still 2-2.
I don't think she's buying it.
It's clearly not over it. High fly ball to right field, foul and out of play as Drew's out ahead of that. Bob's Discount Furniture is going to bat for the Jimmy Fund once again. Bob's will donate $1,000 to Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon for every game saved this season. For quality, choice, and value, nobody beats Bob. Visit mybobs.com to learn more. And this at bat will extend to a 9th pitch for Stephen Drew. And a fly ball to center field. Diaz moves over towards right center and makes the catch that ends the inning. Through 5 from Fenway, it's 7-5 Boston. 7-5. The Red Sox have the lead over the White Sox. And the Red Sox will bring on their third pitcher of the day as Franklin Morales takes over for the Sox. 11th appearance, 2-1 with a 6.32 earned run average. 13 strikeouts to 11 walks, and opponents hitting at .279 against Morales. Faced only one batter in the 8th inning on Friday night in the first game of the series against the White Sox, as he got Adam Dunn to ground out, got the man he needed to get. His first appearance since August the 20th at San Francisco. So another one of these Red Sox relievers who's only really worked once in the last 10 days or so.
And it really has been a difficult year in terms of staying healthy, getting healthy for Morales. This is only his 11th appearance, 15 innings plus at the big league level. This is a different type of situation than what he had the other night, however. It's not a one lefty-lefty matchup we wouldn't expect. They're going to be looking for a little more out of him today.
Felix Dubron going 3 2/3, giving up 4 of the 5 runs, and Brandon Workman went an inning and a third, giving up a run to the White Sox, as the Red Sox enjoy a 2-run lead to the 6th inning. And control has been an issue so far for Morales.
That's been the story of his career. When he's healthy, his stuff is great. He has swing and miss stuff. The question is he healthy? And then after that, can he throw enough strikes and be consistent enough with throwing strikes? And he really had seemed to turn a corner last year with the Red Sox. His control was improved. And 2011 in that department as well.
Connor Gillespie leads it off. He is 1 for 2, a 2-run single in the 4th inning, as he takes strike 1 on a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Grounded by the mound towards Pedroia. Slides to his right and gets it there in a hurry. And put a little extra on that. Gillespie get down the line well. One down here in the 6th inning. It's time down for a Toyota game break. Here's Adam Pellerin. All right, Adam, thanks very much. One out here in the top half of the 6th inning, with the Red Sox on top 7-5, trying to make it a sweep of the White Sox. As Tyler Flowers, the catcher, takes strike 1. Flowers struck out swinging in the 3rd. He singled to center field in the 4th inning. Morales has thrown more than 1 inning in 5 of his 10 appearances this season. Swing and a miss. Good velocity there. It was up, but at 95 miles an hour.
Now, last year we were having the debate about Morales, whether or not he was a starter or reliever. He had pitched well enough at times to earn a spot in the starting rotation, and that was still a question coming into the spring before the injuries derailed his season.
Activated on August the 10th, his second stint on the DL this year. And there is strike 3. Flowers knew it, takes with him the first strikeout for Franklin Morales. Well, velocity very good today for Morales.
A flash of the stuff that has always been so tantalizing. A left-hander that can throw 96. They just don't grow on trees. There aren't too many of those guys.
Amica Insurance, proud sponsor of the Amica Pit Zone. And 2 down here in the 6th inning. Alejandro Diaz, and struck out, popped out to second, and reached on a walk. Leadoff hitter for the White Sox, top spot of their order. To center field, Jacoby Ellsbury is waiting, and he'll put it away. A nice 1-2-3 inning for Franklin Morales. 5.5 done, 7-5 Boston. This is driven out to deep center field. Piazza back at the wall, and that ball's gone. Home run for Stephen Drew. Well, the Red Sox holding on to a 7-5 lead as we head into the bottom of the 6th inning. Xander Bogaerts, Jacoby Ellsbury, and Shane Victorino expected in the bottom of the 6th inning. Bogaerts 0 for 2 today. He struck out in the 2nd, swinging, and then struck out looking in the 3rd inning. Charlie Leisman has been in the game since the 4th. He's given up 2 runs of his own. He had a 1-2-3 5th inning. Now a chopper to 3rd. Gillespie, who was in at the grass, throws out Bogaerts. I want to remind you to stay with NESN tonight for NESN Sports Today, presented by People's United Bank. Jamie Erdahl and Gary Streisky bring you everything you need to know about the day in sports, including a report from Pat's practice and Jermaine Wiggins in studio. Plus how the weather affected 3rd-round coverage of the Deutsche Bank Classic. All that plus a recap of the game here at Fenway. All comes your way at 10 p.m. on NESN Sports Today. One out here in the 6th inning for Jacoby Ellsbury. Sun has been darting in and out of the clouds after mostly clouds through the beginning of this game, and a 19-minute rain delay to get us started here today. And the shadows have made their way to the mound right now. On the ground to 3rd, knocked down by Gillespie. He's got to hurry. Ellsbury's running, and he gets it there in time. He's made some nice plays down there at 3rd base, and somehow is able to get Ellsbury at first after not playing it cleanly.
That's the best of the bunch of all the plays we've seen him make. He was able to knock that one down and keep it close enough, a little scramble, and have enough on the arm and the throw to get the very speedy Ellsbury at first. He was about even with the bag where he was playing, and it, fortunately for him, didn't roll too far away, which gave him a chance.
So 6 in a row now retired by Leisman, who's kind of settled in here. And here's Shane Victorino. He'll skip to the backstop for ball 1. Now the A's and the Rays are underway from the West Coast in Oakland today, and the A's have a 1-0 lead over the Tampa Bay Rays in the 1st inning. Rays have kind of picked a bad time for all of a sudden to have things go wrong. They have lost 3 games in a row.
And their schedule is challenging as well.
That was just the beginning of a 3-leg West Coast trip for the Tampa Bay Rays. Grounded down the 3rd baseline, foul.
And one of the guys there waiting to try and get back in their rotation, Matt Moore. It's unclear exactly when he's going to return, but if they're going to make that push, they need him.
Victorino down the right field line, foul towards Canvas Alley. Two on the ground to 3rd. Gillespie's been busy and up to the task. Throws out Victorino, and the Red Sox are down in order in the 6th. Head of the 7th, it's 7-5 Boston. Shane Victorino coming up lame after a ground out. Initially, it appeared he injured himself or re-injured that hamstring on a swing earlier in the at-bat. And then the ground out to third base, very slow out of the box, and just actually kind of stopped running and comes out of this game.
You knew on the next pitch, which is the pitch that would end the at-bat, that there was something wrong because he didn't make it halfway down the line before he was out at first. But on that swing, you could see that he just wasn't right. So he's out of the game, and I think he wanted to go out there, but John Farrell just put his arm around him and said, listen, it just doesn't make any sense. So we're going to have Gomes in left.
And Nava moving from left field to right field to take over for Victorino. Leori Garcia to lead it off here in the 7th inning. And that's strike one. Franklin Morales at a 1-2-3 6th inning on 7 pitches. Third Red Sox pitcher of the day, Felix Dubron, in 3 2/3, giving up 4 runs. Brandon Workman in an inning and a third, giving up a run. That is strike 2. Curveball that time, 0-2. Garcia today has singled, stolen a base, and then struck out twice, both swinging, and has 2 strikes on him now. Inside, 2-2.
You have to be impressed, at least in the little bit we've seen from Franklin Morales. He's been pretty sharp in the first few batters.
So one foul back to our right, not a play. There is further action for the Red Sox in the pen. Junichi Tozawa up in the pen. Starting to get a little deeper into this game now, thanks to Workman and Morales coming in for Dubron. To Garcia. He takes that outside. This bat will see his 7th pitch. On the ground down the line at 30, foul ball. Pretty close, and Bauer took a good long look before making the call, but it is a foul ball for Garcia. Well, for every Red Sox game that goes into extra innings or the Sox get a save, CVS Pharmacy will make a donation to Boston Children's Hospital towards their $25,000 donation this season. Leori Garcia leading it off here in the top of the 7th inning for Chicago. There's a payoff pitch. And Garcia pops it up. Down from first comes CARP into foul ground. First base coach's box. He'll put it away. Let's send it down to Jenny.
Well, Don, we've seen a lot of hustling out there today, so fans learn the proper way to get out of the batter's box and down to first base as fast as you can from former Red Sox coach Dick Barandino. Just scan the QR code with your smartphone to access this exclusive video or text home to first to 536-536. Message and data rates may apply. NESN.com, and Irving Oil, helping you learn the game like a pro from the pros. Don?
All right, Jay, thank you very much. Enjoy the instructional videos this season. Learned a lot. Yeah, they're pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I used that that workout video you did in spring training. That's what I modeled my routine after.
That's been canceled.
What do you mean canceled?
It's canceled. There's a ground ball right side, and diving as Pedroia knocks it down and has no play. Throws anyway, but they had no chance to get Ramirez. Too much speed. Good sprawling play to even get there by Pedroia. So that'll be the third hit of the day for Alexei Ramirez.
When you say canceled, you just mean you haven't been working out?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's canceled. And John Farrell is going to head out here to make a change as Pedroia had no chance to get Ramirez. So that's it for Franklin Morales. He goes an inning and a third. Shinichi Tozawa will be coming in. Today we welcome Camp Ketcha from Scarborough, Maine to historic Fenway Park. Dunkin' Donuts, committed to the community. One out, one on as Paul KONEAKO will be coming up to face a new pitcher for the Red Sox, Shinichi Tozawa. 61st appearance of the year, 5-3 with a 2.70 earned run average. 63 strikeouts to 9 walks, and opponents hitting at .262 against Tozawa. So Tozawa becomes the 4th Red Sox pitcher of the day, allowed a hit in an inning on Friday night in Game 1 of the series against Chicago. Allowed his one inherited runner to score. That was charged to Ryan Dempster. It's already set single season career highs in appearances with now 61, and in wins with 5 out of the pen for Boston. Tying run coming to the plate here in Paul KONEAKO. The runner at first and 1 down. He is 2 for 3 in the game, both singles, and he has an RBI.
Yeah, KONEAKO has seen Tozawa 8 times before, 4 for 6 off him with a couple of walks, and Tozawa doesn't usually walk many.
I mentioned the 61 appearances for Tozawa. That is tied for 7th in the American League in appearances. As Tozawa falls behind 2-0. KONEAKO with good numbers against Tozawa, 4 for 6 in his career. On the outside corner, and that time called a strike, 2-1. Franklin Morales ends up going an inning into third. He retired the first 4 White Sox that he faced coming in the 6th inning, but gives up the hit to Alexei Ramirez with 1 out in the inning. And here is Tazawa now. Runner goes as KONEAKO takes a ball. Throw is going to be not in time. And a close play at second base, but another stolen base for Alexei Ramirez, his 2nd of the day.
That was very close. You could see the reaction from Pedroia when he applied the tag. He thought he had him. 1-hop throw. That was the right call. He got the hand in there first.
3 stolen bases today for the White Sox. They have been caught once. KONEAKO ahead 3-1. And that's ball 4. He'll head down to first base. So Tazawa walks the first batter that he faces. I want to remind you to stay with NESN after the game for WB Mason Extra Innings Live. Adam Pellerin and Tim Wakefield break down the game, and Jenny will bring you clubhouse reaction. WB Mason Extra Innings Live. You can't go wrong when you buy right. WB Mason. Now Robin Ventura had been ejected from this game in the 4th inning. So the bench coach Mark Parent right now running the club, and White Sox have runners at first and second, 1 down. Avisail Garcia has been on twice today, a single and a walk, and last time up flied out to right field. And a swing and a miss. 93 and the fastball that time from Tazawa. Alexei Ramirez at second. Paul KONEAKO at first with 1 out. And a swing and a miss. Back-to-back fastballs. About the same spot. And this one a little harder at 94 miles an hour.
Almost a carbon copy. Same result.
Garcia has only faced Tazawa once. He is 0 for 1 in his career against Tazawa. And it's outside for ball 1. Hardest ball he has thrown, but not close. Tazawa is second among American League relievers in walks to strikeout ratio, and he walks the first batter he faces coming into this game. Very unusual for Shinichi Tazawa. And he strikes out Garcia. Fastball up and away. Garcia saw a lot of fastballs in that exchange, and that's the first strikeout for Tazawa.
Exclusively fastballs in this at bat. 94, 95, swings and misses. The first 2 in the zone, but Garcia could not make contact. He wastes one away, but then comes back up and away, just outside and off the plate. 3 whiffs with a fastball. Tazawa to Garcia. That's a big out.
Amica Insurance, proud sponsor of the Amica Pitch Zone. As Jeff Keppinger, the batter, 2 on, 2 down. And that's a strike over the outside corner. Keppinger is fly to center, his sac fly, and fly to right. RBI, he is 37th of the year. Fights it off, foul to the right, out of play.
So he's ahead again, 0-2. We didn't see the split on 0-2 to Garcia. Would we see it here to Keppinger?
Tying runs on base here for the White Sox as they bat in the 7th. Ramirez at second, KONEAKO at first. The 0-2 pitch. And it ends in the dirt. It is the splitter, but not enough for Keppinger to chase. Keppinger reaches out and fouls it back.
They spoiled off a pitch that was probably high outside of the zone. 96, as hard as we've seen Tozawa get it up there today.
Keppinger pops it up. Right around the mound. CARP coming from first base, calling and catching out number 3. The White Sox strand a pair. The Red Sox have a 7-5 lead. You don't have to wait in line. WB Mason has an all-star lineup of snacks that keep your break room stocked, satisfy your cravings, and buy right with WB Mason. Well, before we get started here in the bottom of the 7th inning, let's send it down to Jenny Dell.
Well, Don, with it being September 1st, the Red Sox have already expanded their roster and look to do probably more coming up. So we want to remind our fans at home to vote in our AT&T text poll question of the day, asking them if they like the rulings that are in place right now about how many players can be called up and the timing of it all. And it looks like everyone is pretty pleased with the expansion to 40. Don, your opinion?
I think no roster expansion should be allowed. You play under one set of rules for 5 months. Yeah. But this would be my thought, and I agreed with Buck Showalter. We talked about it the other night, was that you should be like the NHL, allowed to have healthy scratches, and I think you should be able to pick the 25 players you want to use for that series. And the only way you can change it is if you need a DL type situation.
And that's essentially like setting your roster for the playoffs. It's the same thing. You set your roster for that round of the playoffs, and unless you take somebody out due to injury, there are no changes. So that's pretty much the same thing. I think there is some real value to allowing either young prospects, or maybe it's a reward for longtime minor leaguers, to just hang around with the club for the month of September. So I think there has to be some sort of roster expansion, just some tweaks.
Well, it's on to the bottom of the 7th inning. And Dustin Pedroia will lead it off. David Ortiz and Daniel Nava. Charlie Leisman has done a pretty good job. He's only given up 2 runs since coming in. He has quieted the Red Sox offense to a degree, and he's now retired the last 7 Red Sox in a row. Pedroia has been on base 3 times with his new socks today. Single in the first, a walk in the second, and a single in the 4th inning. He has scored a run. To center field, Diaza. He's out there in center and makes the catch for the first out. Well, there are only 2 homestands remaining this season, but you still have a chance to see your Red Sox at Fenway Park. Sox wrap up this homestand tomorrow through Wednesday against the Detroit Tigers. Get your tickets now for these great matchups by calling 877-RED-SOX-9 online at redsox.com/tickets, or visit the Fenway Park ticket office. One down here in the 7th inning. David Ortiz has been on 3 times today.
Now, I'm looking forward to seeing the Tigers here at Fenway. That's got a marquee appeal type feel to it. We're not going to see Justin Verlander in this 3-game set, but we will get to see Max Scherzer.
Greg Breslow warming in the pen. Red Sox have already used Workman, Morales, and Tazawa in relief of Felix Dubron. David didn't like the call. It's 0-2. Thought it was up.
It was a strike, high strike.
A grounder right back at Leisman, who will fire to first for the out. David flicked his bat back and almost got a piece of Angel Hernandez. 2 down in the inning. There's a look at the pitching matchup coming up in the series against the Tigers. Doug Fister, 10-7, matched up against John Lackey, 8-11 on the year. While Max Scherzer, 19-1 with an ERA under 3 against John Lester on Tuesday, 12-8. Wednesday, Rick Porcello, 11-7 against Ryan Dempster, 7-9, and off a very good outing.
Tigers have a pretty good rotation. They're a well-balanced team.
Nava today 0 for 3. He's fly to center, grounded out to third, and bounced into a 6-4-3 double play. Yeah, foul tip, 1-1. Matt Lindstrom warming in the pen for the White Sox. Now, Shane Victorino left this game with a left hip contusion, so not the hamstring, left hip contusion, and listed as day-to-day.
That's interesting. Not what we expected.
No, not at all. All the battles he's had with the hamstrings over the course of this season. Nava grounds it foul and evens the count at 2-2.
Now, obviously, we'll have to wait and see what the extent of it is, but he's playing some of his best baseball right now. You'd hate to see him be out for any period of time.
Ryan Butterfield has a new fan now. Flipping the baseball to that youngster. 2-2 is grounded foul. . Outside for ball 3, full count.
It did go final, by the way, in New York. The Orioles salvage a game in that series against the Yankees, winning 7-3.
Tampa Bay and Oakland tied 1-1 in the second inning, as Nava sprays it foul off to the right. And this at bat will see an 8th pitch. Rays and A's tied 1-1. Season were to end today, they would be the 2 teams that would win the wild card. Fly ball foul down the right field line. What are your thoughts on the 1-game playoff?
Never cared for it that much. I mean, I understand why they do it. You've got to fit it into the schedule. You don't want to extend the playoffs any further than they already are. I like the fact that the division winners are rewarded. The 1 game after 162, it just doesn't seem fair.
A little foul off to the right. Now we'll see a 10th pitch in this at bat. And some good catches in the crowd today, and a lot of foul balls today.
We have had a lot of foul balls. He's a little excited.
Three-two pitch. Fouled back again.
Look, see, that's going to go right on Facebook.
Three-two pitch. Nava will take the walk with 2 down in the inning. Breaks up a string of 9 in a row, retired by Leisman. Well, this game summary is brought to you by Xfinity from Comcast. Andre Rienzo leaving this game after just 3 innings today, giving up 5 runs to the Red Sox. He remains on the hook at the moment. Well, Felix Dubron did not hang around very long today either. 3 2/3, giving up 4 runs. This game has been left to the bullpens for the most part. David Ortiz had a 2 for 3 day with 3 RBIs. And Jacoby Ellsbury 1 for 3. Dustin Pedroia also 2 for 3 today with a walk and has been on base 3 times. So Mike Carp batting with 2 down and a runner at first base. $37,053 on hand here today at Fenway Park. 37,053. Some very good crowds in this series against Chicago. That's a strike. 2-1.
It actually turned out to be a great day to watch a game. A little humid, but with all the rain we had in New England across the region this morning, you might have thought, well, maybe today's not the best day to go to the park. Well, we haven't had a drop.
Swinging a foul, glancing off the mask of Tyler Flowers. Actually may have gotten Angel Hernandez. Or both.
Both. Ricochet.
Full count, 3-2, and Nava can get a start at first base. He's been trying to battle back. He had retired 9 Red Sox in a row through the end of the 4th, through the first 2 outs here of the 7th, for the walk to Nava. Carp will take a walk and head down to first base. Red Sox have 2 on with 2 outs. Third walk given up by Leisman. Now, right now, Ace Ticket has great deals on all remaining Red Sox games, including the Yankees series. Ace Ticket also has your seats to all Patriots, Bruins, and Celtics games. Visit Ace Ticket or call 1-800-MY-SEATS. Meeting at the mound here, Tyler Flowers, the catcher out there, and Alexei Ramirez, who often comes in to talk to the starting pitcher, back in again.
7 walks now by White Sox pitching this afternoon.
10 is their season high. 2 outs and 2 on, and a chance here for Jared SALTALAMACCHIA to give the Red Sox some insurance here, on top by 2 runs as they bat here in the bottom of the 7th inning. There's strike 1. In the dirt, and it's 1-1. Drops in there for strike 2. Leisman, who's a starter at AAA Charlotte for most of the season, coming in here and giving the White Sox some innings. Relief of their starter Rienzo departed after 3 innings. It's worked here into the 7th with 2 outs. Back-to-back walks, though. Misses high for ball 2.
I'm wondering if they got a little greedy. He seems like he's running out of gas now.
Mike Parent, the bench coach, the acting manager at the moment. Robin Ventura ejected from this game back in the 4th inning, arguing over play at third base. 2-2. Down and in, full count, and the runners will be on the move. Outside, ball 4, not close, and he loads the bases with 3 consecutive walks. And Don Cooper is going to make his way out, going to tie his shoe first. There's 4 walks given up by Leisman, and 3 of them coming in succession here with 2 outs in the 7th inning. And we'll see if Cooper makes the move here.
It does not appear he's taking the ball. Not yet. I'm surprised.
And stick with him here for Stephen Drew. And Drew had a home run back in the 3rd inning, his 11th home run of the year. And at the time, put the Red Sox on top 5-0. They were cruising against Andre Rienzo. White Sox would come back to make it 5-4. It's now 7-5. But Stephen Drew gets his 11th home run of the year. Now has a chance to give the Red Sox some breathing room here in the 7th inning with the bases loaded and 2 down. The home run, the only hit today for Drew. He's also flied to right and flied out to center field. It's a ground ball right side as Garcia will go to first, and Leisman walking 3 works his way around it. It's 7-5 Red Sox. Gary Streisky will bring you everything you need to know about the day in sports, including a report from Pat's practice and Jermaine Wiggins in studio, plus how the weather affected third-round coverage of the Deutsche Bank Classic. All that, plus a recap of the game here at Fenway, comes your way tonight at 10 p.m. on Nesson Sports Today. Well, we play into the eighth inning, 7-5. Red Sox have the lead over the White Sox. Red Sox just had a terrific opportunity to add on to their lead after 3 walks, but cannot score. Craig Breslow becomes the 5th pitcher of the day for Boston, his 50th appearance of the year. 4-2 with a 2.08 earned run average. 26 strikeouts to 13 walks, and opponents hitting at .244 against Breslow. Dayan VICIEdo leads it off here for the White Sox in the 8th. VICIEdo today 1 for 3 with an RBI double back in the 4th inning. It's a high fly ball out to left center field. Johnny Gomes and Ellsbury. It'll be Jacoby who makes the catch out there for the first out of the 8th. So 1 away for Connor Gillespie, who has singled in this game to drive in 2 runs, part of that 4-run 4th inning for the White Sox.
And Breslow has developed into a pretty important piece in this bullpen this year. He's a lefty, but he's really not a lefty on lefty guy. Career-wise, his splits, he has been equally effective against both righties and lefties, but this year he's been a reverse split guy.
From the scoreless 8th inning with a strikeout in last night's game. Since 16 straight scoreless appearances back since July the 22nd. The longest streak in the majors. This is grounded to first base. Off balance throw and a good pick on the backhand by CARP at first for the 2nd out of the inning. Good play on both ends there. Pedroia and CARP 2 away.
I am thinking that these Sox are keepers, Don. I mean, Pedroia's had a really good game. Even his last at bat, he didn't reach, but he stung the ball at center. And here we see the defense that we've become so accustomed to. Really, we've been spoiled.
Never miss with a streak. And if the streak starts with the Sox high, then the Sox will be high.
Plus, it looks cool.
2 down here in the 8th. Tyler Flowers, the batter. Flowers struck out in the 3rd inning, singled to center in the 4th inning, struck out looking in the 6th inning. Some other high Sox guys who are not playing today. 1-1. High drive to deep left field. And this ball is gone. A blast that'll go right out of Fenway Park for Tyler Flowers. His 10th home run of the year. And the White Sox are now within a run. It is 7-6. Second time in this game they've been within a run. I hope that bases loaded situation in the 7th inning doesn't come back to haunt the Red Sox. They're unable to score, and now it's a 1-run contest.
There was a slider that was up. It just hung right at the belt. Out over the plate. Flowers extended. No doubt about it.
So 2 down, number 9 man homers, and here's Alejandro Diaz. And he takes a pitch inside for ball 1. White Sox have not gone away today. They have hung around. First home run that Breslow has allowed since July the 6th. Koji Uehara now up in the Red Sox pen. We saw him go after a 4-out save the other night successfully to center field. Ellsbury has it lined up, and he'll put it away to end the inning. But a home run by Flowers. It's just a little closer. It's 7-6, and Xander Bogaerts will lead it off when we come back. Airlines, Subaru of New England, Infinity, and by Sullivan Tire and Auto Centers. Now we head to the last half of the 8th inning back at Fenway Park. It's gotten a little closer. The White Sox grab a run in the top half of the 8th on a home run by Tyler Flowers. Charlie Leisman back on the mound again. First pitch will be the 77th pitch of his outing, which will match what the starter Andre Rienzo had in the first 3 innings of this game. Leisman all of a sudden ran into some trouble walking 3 batters in a row after he got 2 outs in the 7th. Red Sox could not take advantage. And Xander Bogaerts leads it off and takes strike 1.
I thought it was an interesting decision to stick with him when they did. He walks the bases loaded. They stay with him for the lefty-lefty matchup.
This is flared into right field and a base hit for Bogaerts. First time he will reach today.
And in that case, he got Drew on the first pitch, but here the righty Bogaerts fights off a tough pitch. He got jammed, but he had enough strength to just dunk it into right field. The inside out swing.
So lead runner on here for the Red Sox in the bottom of the 8th inning as Jacoby Ellsbury has been on twice today. Single to drive in a pair in the 2nd inning. Walked in the 4th as a stolen base today. And takes ball 1 outside. Ellsbury, the late swing, grounds it foul. Covidien, delivering innovative healthcare products across the globe, is a proud sponsor of the Red Sox Foundation. More action for the White Sox. Right-hander Nate Jones up in the pen. Down and in, 2-1. Johnny Gomes on deck for the Red Sox. Not batted in this game. Took over in left field when now have moved from left to right with Victorino coming out with a left hip contusion. Well, that time Leisman almost threw it away. Nice play by Keppinger to come off the bag to retrieve that. Ellsbury hits it in the air to the shallow center field. In comes Diaz, and he's going to get there. Good speed from Diaz. He recovered and diving back to the bag at first is Bogaerts. Initially looked like Diaz may not have a chance to get to that.
Now Diaz is pretty speedy, good defensive player. Got a decent jump. Might have fooled him a little bit with the swing at first, but he was able to recover.
Well, Mark Parrott, the bench coach, coming out now with 1 out and 1 on. They've had Jones up in the bullpen. And that's going to be it for Leisman, who does a nice job for them today. Why, it's the Red Sox offense. It's a 1-run game. The pitching change from Fenway. Foundation for every Red Sox home run this season. Sox have now hit 140 home runs, bringing the total donations to 70,000. Our thanks to Hess and Hess Express, committed to helping the cause. And that is the day for Charlie Leisman. He did a very nice job, and departs responsible for Xander Bogaerts at first base. So the White Sox bring on their 3rd pitcher of the day, and that is Nate Jones, who comes in his 60th appearance. 4-4 with a 3.76 earned run average. 80 strikeouts in 69 1/3 innings, and opponents hitting at 246 against the right-hander.
Now what you need to know about Jones is he throws hard. 97, 98 with the fastball.
Charlie Leisman ends up going 4 1/3 innings of work out of the bullpen. Soft toss to first base, and Bogaerts back without a problem. Three hits given up by Leisman in his 4 1/3 innings. He did walk 4 and did not strike anybody out. And again, responsible for Bogaerts at first base, was charged with 2 runs. This will get away, and Bogaerts will move up into scoring position. Planked off the glove of Tyler Flowers.
I wonder if Flowers was crossed up there. Right off the tip of his glove, he got an 87-mile-per-hour slider, and he might have been expecting the fastball.
Fastball charged to Flowers. Gomes will take it inside, 2-0. Action in the White Sox pen. Donnie Veal warming up. That's a strike, 2-1. Gomes fouls it back, and it's 2-2. First batters to face Nate Jones on the year, hitting at just 137. Last 38 games, he has gone 3-0 with a 2.08 earned run average out of the pen. Been used a lot, 13 of the last 20 games. Yeah, ground ball right side, sending Garcia to his left. He'll throw out Gomes for the second out of the inning as Bogarts takes third base with now 2 down. So it gives a chance for Dustin Pedroia to bring in an insurance run here for the Red Sox with 2 outs in the 8th inning. Bogarts at third base. There's strike one. Pedroia singled in the first, walked in the second, singled and scored in the fourth before lining out sharply to center field in the 7th inning. Yeah, swing and a miss. A slider there, and it's 0-2.
His slider at 90 is as hard as many others' fastballs. Yet it's a separation of a good 8 miles per hour off his fastball.
.99 that time, but high for ball one. White Sox will be expecting Garcia, Ramirez, and KONEAKO. Works out to be 2, 3, and 4 in their order in the 9th. This is up the middle, but it is picked by the pitcher Jones, and he flips to first to get Pedroia. Red Sox closer Koji Uehara coming into the game. It's a 1-run game. Tim and Adam break down the highlights, and Jenny will bring you a reaction from the players. WB Mason next. Innings live. You can't go wrong when you buy right. WB Mason. Well, making his Red Sox debut in center field for the Red Sox, as the Red Sox have the 7-6 lead, is Quentin Berry, as he was activated today by the Red Sox. And not sure what happened to Jacoby Ellsbury. Ended up flying out to end or have the first out of the 8th inning, but Berry takes over in center field for Boston. And the Red Sox closer into the game, Koji Uehara, 61st appearance. He is 15 out of 18 in save opportunities, 82 strikeouts to 9 walks, and opponents hitting at just 139 against Uehara. Yuri Garcia to lead it off here for the White Sox, and he shows bunt but takes ball 1.
Keep your fingers crossed on Ellsbury. The Red Sox already saw Shane Victorino leave this game earlier with what we found out later was a hip contusion. Now we'll await word on Ellsbury.
And a swing and a miss for Garcia. So Breslow is charged with a run in his inning of work. Garcia just waves at that pitch. A good splitter down and away.
Boy, Uehara can make you look silly sometimes. That was a weak wave.
A little pop-up. Foul ground. Bogart's over by the dugout, and he'll have a play. Makes the catch right in front of the first row of seats for the first out of the 9th.
I think it's still an adjustment period for Bogarts at third base. He said so, but that's a nice play. He figured out where he was and how much room he had to work with. Just enough.
Very appreciative Koji Uehara, who gets the first out of this 9th inning. Now Alexei Ramirez. 3-hit day, jumping on the first pitch and fouling it back. Three for 4 today. All singles. 1 to left, 1 to third, 1 to second. On the ground, foul outside of third, and it is 0-2. Ramirez in his career 0 for 5 against Koji Uehara. Fouled off to the right, staying alive. Paul KONEAKO waiting on deck. He will have a chance in this 9th inning. Swing and a miss. 2 down in the 9th. First strikeout for Koji Uehara.
He climbed the ladder. 91. Sneaks up on you. And you see there, Jonathan Papelbon, 21 consecutive scoreless outings. Uehara is an out away from tying Papelbon.
And KONEAKO takes strike 1.
That would be second of the list for the Sox.
KONEAKO down 0-2. Noise capacity crowd will stand as one at Fenway Park with 2 down in the top of the 9th inning. The 0-2 pitch. A little bit low, and it's 1-2. And KONEAKO wants the baseball to be checked out by Angel Hernandez. Red Sox had a 5-0 lead at one point in this game. It is now 7-6 with 2 outs. The 1-2 pitch in the air to left field, but foul. KONEAKO out ahead of that. Splitter that stayed up. Deep breath for Uehara after the foul ball by KONEAKO. The 1-2 pitch on the ground, foul.
Same thing, came back with a splitter, but again, KONEAKO couldn't wait long enough on it to keep it fair.
WSL Garcia waiting on deck with 2 down here in the 9th inning. The 1-2 pitch in the air down the right field line, this time foul.
And that was the first fastball that KONEAKO has seen in this at bat. He had seen 5 consecutive splitters to start.
One ball, 2 strikes, 2 down in the 9th. In the air to right center field. Back goes Berry to make the catch, and the Red Sox win. Koji Uehara, another 1-2-3 9th inning, and Boston sweeps the Chicago White Sox in a 3-game series. Today became a little tighter in the end than first thought, but Bob's Discount Furniture will again donate $1,000 to the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon for every Red Sox game saved this season. With the Save Bob's donation total stands at $28,000. Everybody saves money at Bob's Discount Furniture. Visit mybobs.com to learn more. So the Red Sox hold on to win 7-6, and Adam Pellerin, a good start to this homestand for the Red Sox against the White Sox as they sweep them.